Chapter 930. Ligonda passed the teacup over and sighed softly. Forcefully picked melons are not sweet. Then what about the melons you picked yourself? Ligonda collected his thoughts and muttered to himself, Forget it, since things have come to this. It's good to not be the provincial governor of Lingzhou. If I give it up quickly, the Su family will remember this favor. It's time to return Lingzhou to a stable officialdom. When Ligonda turned his head around, he said, Master, there is a fellow who claims to be Master's junior and wants to see Master no matter what. He gave me 20 taels of gold right away, scaring me. If it was a normal day, this gold would have been earned by Master. But today, it is not his turn to bother Master. A scholar with no scholarly achievements, no family background, and only some money is worthy of showing off in our Li household. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Today, even a 6th-ranked official can't say more than a few words. Even a rank 6 official can't say anything. Ligonda waved his hand, and He Chong turned to leave. He then exclaimed and said, That's right, Master, that 30-something-year-old junior, said his name is Su Han, and he is from Lingzhou's Danyang County. He even said shamelessly that as long as he said this, Master will definitely meet him. Ligonda was absent-mindedly drinking tea with his head lowered. His fingers trembled. Just as the old steward He Chong was about to drive the young man who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth out of the mansion, the administrator raised his head and calmly said, Bring him here. The old manager acknowledged and did not dare to say anything. He turned around and heard Ligonda ask softly, Is the Lingzhou general's residence still empty? He Chong nodded. It's empty. The Lingzhou general has not returned yet. Ligonda nodded and waited for the loyal old manager to leave before placing the teacup on the table. He stood up and joked with Li Fujian, Father still needs to entertain guests. Didn't you always complain that I looked down on that poor scholar Guofufeng? Bring him to see your mother. A grown girl cannot be kept at home. Father will turn a blind eye and treat it as me forcing you out of the house. In the past, Li Fujian would have been overjoyed. However, at this moment, based on his intuition, he asked softly, Father, is this Danyang County guest called Su Han? Ligonda smiled indifferently and said, An old friend's disciple. I have to meet him. Li Fujian was skeptical and left the house with a worried heart. The old steward quickly brought in Su Han, who did not look like a noble at all. The administrator, who had already sat back in his chair, squinted his eyes and looked at him carefully. He hesitated for a moment, held the cup lid with 2 fingers, and shook the slightly cold tea. The old steward left tactfully. Su Han, who looked ordinary, stepped into the house and closed the door without asking for permission. He smiled and said, Su Han thanks the late uncle. Ligonda did not speak from the beginning to the end. He lowered his head and drank his tea. This Su Han was very unfamiliar to the entire Lingzhou. Probably not many people could recognize him. Even if they had met him once, they would not remember him. However, Ligonda was different from ordinary people. When the Golden Weaving Bureau was established in Beiliang, it was located in Danyang County. According to the original intention of the imperial court, the Golden Weaving Bureau should have reported to the imperial study in the capital. He should have reported everything to the military officials in Beiliang, as well as the scholars' recommendations and customs. However, Li Shifeng was probably living under someone else's roof and knew that Su Xiao was not to be trifled with. He had been doing nothing and turned the Weaving Bureau, which had a gloomy authority, into a government office with few visitors. He only symbolically paid a visit to Ligonda and Yan Jieshi during festivals. Li Shifeng often traveled around Beiliang and did not deliberately hide anything. There was once when he met Ligonda, who was the governor of Feng province at that time. At that time, Li Shifeng let a coachman appear for no reason and introduced him as a distant relative of his called Su Hun. Li Gongda was silent for a long time. He finally raised his head and looked at Su Hun. Su Hun handed something to the administrator. This is the handwriting of the Grand Secretary Zhang Julu. Huan Wen of the province also wrote a note. Su Hun saw that Li Gongda had no intention of taking it. He smiled and carefully placed it on the table. He said calmly, "If you don't trust the secret letter, don't worry. You can find a way to verify the handwriting and seal in private. If you don't trust Li Shifeng, you can take Su Hun and send him to the Lingzhou general's mansion next door. If you don't trust Su Hun, you can send him to the Golden Weaving Bureau and then send him to Chu Lushan. If you don't trust the imperial court, you can take a look at the secret letter before making a decision." Li Gongda responded with a cold smile. Su Hun took it calmly. After a while, Li Gongda glanced at the table and asked calmly, "Why are there two secret letters? What's written in them?" Su Hun smiled. "Su Hun is just a messenger. Even if I die, I won't know what's written in the letter. Li Shifeng didn't touch the secret letter from the beginning to the end. As for why there are two secret letters, since you asked about it, it means that they are sincere. Then Su Hun has to die." Li Gongda frowned. "What do you mean?" Su Hun said calmly, "Su Hun has avoided all the spies in Lingzhou. Please don't worry about this. I might as well tell you the truth. The Lu family in Qingzhou was attacked. Beiliang's peregrine falcon suffered heavy casualties. Xiaogo suffered even more. The main reason was not to stop the Lu family from dying. It was to attract Lingzhou's attention, so that Su Hun's trip would be foolproof. But this is not enough. The imperial court wants me to tell you why there are two secret letters after you have the intention to accept the secret letter. One letter is real, the other is fake. Vermilion mud seal is real if the color is too heavy and fake if the color is too light. The fake letter was sent by the administrator to the Crown Prince of Beiliang. Of course, other than one secret letter, it is not enough to clear your suspicion. So Su Hun has to die. Golden Weaver Li Shifeng also has to die. Even the entire Golden Weaver Bureau will cease to exist from today onwards. But Li Shifeng has suffered. A Golden Weaver Bureau allows the imperial court to have one more pillar of the imperial court. At the same time, Beiliang has one less administrator. It is worth it. Su Hun spat out a poisonous pill from his mouth. After peeling it, a small piece of paper was revealed. He crushed the pill and hid it in his sleeve. After reading the contents of the paper, he stuffed the paper into his mouth and swallowed it. He said expressionlessly, "The day after tomorrow." Li Gongda did not speak. Su Hun explained, "The Crown Prince of Beiliang will arrive in Lingzhou the day after tomorrow. Today, Su Hun will leave quietly and come back the day after tomorrow. The administrator will kidnap Su Hun and send him to the general's mansion in Lingzhou. After Su Hun's death, there will be a group of death warriors and a group of elite Xiaogo left Beiliang with the administrator. But they can only bring 18 people at most. In order to leave smoothly, Sir Li will have to cooperate with us. He will first give up his position as the provincial governor of Lingzhou and stay in Lingzhou for at least half a year. During this time, he will go out to relax the surveillance of the Beiliang spies. As for when the Xiaogo will make a move, someone will inform Sir Li." Li Gongda sneered. "The imperial court seems to have forgotten about my son, Li Hanlin." Su Hun smiled. "Young master, Li has received a military order to go to the south to carry out a secret mission. He will first stay in Gusai Prefecture. Then he will go east along the northern border of Yuliang and enter Ji Prefecture. Finally, he will meet Sir Li in the capital." Li Gongda closed his eyes and tapped the teacup lid lightly. He said with slight self-mockery, "Last time, Yan Jieshi only brought 16 people out. The imperial court is really concerned about me. Su-hun was silent. Ligongda smiled and said, "Let me do the math. I, Ligongda, am now a rank 2 border official. If I want to advance any further, I can forget about Northern Liang. However, there aren't many positions in the capital. Among the 6 ministers, other than the Minister of Personnel, who was recently promoted, the rest are nothing." The fake secret letter must have said that the Minister of Personnel is too full. Who knows, it might be even more petty, like the Minister of Revenue or the Minister of Justice. However, I am very curious as to what kind of reward was written in the letter before I opened it. Zhang Julu is in charge of the minister's department and cannot be changed. Huan Wenkai is promoted to the minister's department and cannot be changed either. That leaves only the Hall of Secretaries. Other than becoming the lord of this place, it seems that I will also be given the title of Grand Secretary of the Imperial Cabinet. Li Gongda has been addicted to being an official all his life, but I never thought that I would be able to be on par with Sun Shiji and the others. Su-hun remained silent when he should not have spoken. Li Gongda smiled and asked, "Are you not afraid that I will send you and the letter to His Royal Highness now?" Su-hun said indifferently, "I will die anyway, so what if I die 2 days earlier?" Li Gongda stared at his face for a moment and nodded. "Thank you, Sir Li, for letting me die a worthy death." Su-hun bowed deeply and gently opened the door. Then he quietly left the administrator's mansion. Li Gongda stood up and walked to the side of the table. He stretched out a hand and quickly retracted it as if it was hot. Then he slowly stretched out his hand again. However, his hand stopped a few inches above the 2 secret letters. His expression was gloomy. Chapter 931. On the 2nd day of the 1st lunar month, at the border between Liang and Ling provinces at the intersection of 2 post-house roads, a group of carriages with escort flags mounted on them turned into the spacious north-south post-house road, following behind the 2 carriages. Escorting an escort was dangerous and unpredictable. As long as there was a relatively safe official road, one would have to ride at full speed to make up for the time spent on careful escorting on mountain roads and rivers. This group of carriages carrying the banner of the Golden Gate Escort Agency was quite ostentatious. There were more than 30 burly men, most of whom were young and strong. When the escort team passed by the 2 carriages in front of them, one of the carriages suddenly lifted the curtain. A gray-haired head poked out and smiled at one of the escorts. "Hero, do you still remember me? Last time, when we were entering autumn, we drank green ant wine together at the roadside wine shop." After the escort recovered from his shock, he slowed down his horse and approached the carriage. His face full of joy, he nodded and said loudly, "I remember, how could I not? Young master's handwriting is good, and your father is also very loyal. He treated us brothers to 2 large jars of green ant wine and 5 caddies of beef. Why, are you also heading to Ling province?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Isn't that so? Now that I'm making a living in the capital of Ling province, I have to run over there after spending the new year at home. It's a life of hard work. If I remember correctly, there's a shop a few li ahead. The wine and meat are authentic, and the price is fair. If it's on the way and won't affect your escort work, let's eat together. It'll be more lively. It's still my treat." The escort, who came from Liaodong to Beiliang to make a living, was immediately put in a difficult position. Back then, the 3 of them were forced into a corner by that mad dog with the surname Yuan. Out of more than 100 people in the sect, only the 3 of them were left. That mad dog also had an old father-in-law who was said to be extremely powerful in the Liang imperial court. After thinking about it, they felt that only Beiliang could not control them. But now, Even though they relied on their martial arts skills and finally had a stable job, they were still living under someone else's roof. He was just a new escort and had to look at the old escort's face. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. Fortunately, the old escort, who was rather dignified in the Golden Gate Escort Agency, had sharp eyes. After carefully sizing up the two carriages for a moment, he laughed loudly and said, "Since this young master is an old acquaintance of our brother Doe, then he can be considered a friend of our Golden Gate Escort Agency. I know the shop in front. It's the next stop for our escort agency. Later on, we won't dare to let young master spend money. We'll pay for the wine. No matter how poor the Golden Gate Escort Agency is, we still have to pay for it." Su Fengyin did not refuse. Without him saying anything, the coachman, Su Yanbing, had already whipped the horse to move faster. This detail made the old escort inwardly click his tongue in wonder. He did not expect that not only did this young master, who should be from an extraordinary family, look so friendly, but even his retainer was a sensible person. The two groups of people arrived at the familiar shop that was very clean for the escort agency. The shopkeeper had long been familiar with the eating habits of these returning customers, so he did not need to say much. He instructed the shop staff to quickly serve the dishes and wine. There was more meat than rice than wine. It was an ironclad rule that escorts were not allowed to drink alcohol. Usually, only one or two highly respected veterans in the escort agency who were fond of wine were allowed to have a few sips. Su Yanbing and Hong Shuwen were straightforward and did not sit at the table. Huyen Guanin was also not hungry. In addition, the woman in the same carriage had alighted, so she was even more reluctant to leave the warm carriage. Thus, the main table with wine was occupied by Su Fengyin, Su Beiji, and Pei Nanwei. She sat side by side with Su Fengyin. There was also the old escort leader, Bao Fengshou, as well as Dou Liang, a native of Liaodong, who should not have been qualified to sit at this table. Pei Nanwei was draped in an expensive white fox fur coat and a fox fur hat. Originally, such attire would have made a woman with slightly darker skin appear as black as charcoal. However, her attire made her look even more beautiful than snow. The old escort leader, who had traveled extensively for most of his life, still had to expend a lot of effort to retract his gaze. He thought to himself, "I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. This meal was well worth it." The young waiter in charge of serving the dishes and wine almost knocked the wine jar to the ground. His face flushed red, and he resentfully looked back 3 times with every step. He was kicked by the angry shopkeeper until he cried out in pain. As usual, Su Fengyin referred to himself as Su Qi to outsiders. After a brief conversation with Dou Liang and Bao Fengshou, he roughly knew about Dou Liang's situation and the scale of the Golden Gate Escort Agency. Dou Liang's personality was straightforward, but he was thin-skinned. He did not exchange pleasantries with this young Master Su. When Bao Fengshou met him for the first time, he was very familiar with building up their relationship. He kept saying that when they arrived at the Golden Gate Escort Agency in Lingzhou's capital, he had to personally pay a New Year's visit to young Master Su's residence, especially when he heard that Su Qi's family lived on Apricot Street. This experienced Jiang Human's eyes burned with passion. One had to know that Apricot Street was where the administrator and a large number of Lingzhou's influential officials lived. Recently, there was even a Lingzhou general with the surname Su. Although Apricot Street was very long and there were people who were not officials, since they could live on that street, even if they did not have any power, they were still the wealthiest people in Lingzhou. In the industry, the Golden Gate Escort Agency had always been using sparrow darts, which were small darts with little meat and no oil. The big escort agencies all used sow darts, which earned them so much money that their hands went limp. If they could establish connections with the nobles on Apricot Street and spread word of mouth, the Golden Gate Escort Agency would make a name for themselves. They would be considered to have truly developed. Otherwise, who would be willing to spend New Year's on the escort route? Su Fengnian took the initiative to propose a toast 5 or 6 times, but most of the time, he clinked bowls with Do Liang. This made Do Liang, a homeless dog, feel an indescribable warmth. However, he was not good with words, so he did not care if he would be stung by the head of the escort after the event. He did not leave a single drop of wine behind. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Su Fengnian smiled and said, "My ancestors are also from Liaodong, in Jianzhou. Brother Do and I can be considered acquaintances in a foreign land. How rare." When we return to Lingzhou City, Su Qi will definitely go to the Golden Gate Escort Agency to pay New Year's greetings. As for the other 2 brothers, I will have to properly meet them. I did not drink to my heart's content today, so let's leave it for now. When the time comes, we will not return until we are drunk. Bao Fengshou chuckled and said, "Young Master Su will also have to pay a visit. The Golden Gate Escort Agency must not be impolite. If this gets out, we will be laughed at." How could Su Fengnian not know what the old escort was thinking? He was afraid that Su Qi was a small family that bragged without a draft, so he had to personally take a look at the mansion to be at ease. He did not expose him and nodded with a smile, "No problem. In the future, if there are any items that need to be escorted, since Brother Do is in your escort agency, I will specially trouble the Golden Gate Escort Agency." The escort agency still had to hurry on with their journey. Both parties cupped their fists and bade farewell. Bao Fengshou whispered to the shopkeeper when he paid the bill and gave him a few extra pieces of silver. Obviously, he knew that young Master Su wanted more food and wine, so the escort agency paid for it in advance. Su Fengnian sat back down on the bench and asked for an extra pot of warm green ant wine. He poured half a bowl for Su Beiji and Pei Nanwei. Su Beiji laughed softly and said, "After this escort mission, Do Liang's salary will definitely double." Su Fengnian did not comment and changed the topic, saying, "Chen Shiliang not only has to manage the salt and iron industry, but also has full authority over the transport of grain. One is competing with the local tyrants, the other is wrangling with the officials of the capital. He has already provoked the local tyrants. Do you think he can do it?" Su Beiji said indifferently, "I don't know." Su Fengnian pursed his lips and continued to ask, "You are already the provincial governor of Lingzhou. Chen Shiliang still does not have a real official position. Do you think he has a knot in his heart?" Su Beiji only drank. Su Fengnian clicked his tongue and said, "I originally thought that the 2 of you are so smart that you don't have to belittle each other. I didn't expect that you still can't escape from this vicious circle." Su Beiji squinted his eyes and said, "What do you know?" Su Fengnian said shamelessly, "Be careful, I will really let out a fart for you." Su Beiji wiped the wine stain on the corner of his mouth. "When I become the provincial governor, you should get out of Lingzhou as soon as possible. Out of sight, out of mind." Su Fengnian only cared about cursing and swearing, but there was nothing he could do. Pei Nanwei was a little puzzled. There was still someone in this world who could subdue another. Was it the heir of Beiliang beside her? On the 3rd day of the 1st lunar month, the Lingzhou general did not enter the Lingzhou prefecture city. This made many of the old foxes in the official circles who had a keen sense of smell to act were greatly disappointed. They all retreated from the general's manor on Xingzi Street and endured the cold for a day, for nothing. They resisted the urge to jump up and down and curse. They begged in their hearts that His Royal Highness must return to the city tomorrow. Otherwise, when would this suffering end? Chapter 932. In the dusk of the 4th day of the 1st month, most of the visitors to Apricot Street had left. Only a few officials and nobles who lived on the street remained. When they saw the two carriages slowly approach, they almost burst into tears. "Old ancestor, you are finally willing to come." Regardless of whether they were old or in the prime of their lives, they all quickly rushed toward the carriages and inquired about the well-being of the young people who slowly got off the carriage. Everyone's flattery, other than the same title, His Royal Highness, did not repeat a single word. If the inexperienced officials had the chance to stand to the side and listen, they would definitely benefit greatly. They suddenly realized that flattery could be done to the point of perfection. Some of the old masters, who used to be arrogant, were now as respectful and reverent as they were when they saw the ancestors in the paintings during the ancestral worship ceremony. Su Fengnian greeted them one by one with a smile. Even if he did not report his official position, he was still able to say it word for word. While these important people in Lingzhou with a large age difference were putting honey on their lips, they could not help but have mixed feelings in their hearts. Just based on this point, even if His Highness was not smart, he was not stupid at all. Su Fengnian stopped and had one of the Lingzhou fifth-ranking officials go to the administrator's manor to inform him that he would go visit Uncle Li the next day. The old man, who was so old that he would always return home to recuperate every time he encountered a difficult situation, was so strong that it made his colleagues speechless. Su Fengnian brought everyone into the general's official residence. Then he had Su Beiji, who was not of high rank, accompany him in the study to catch up with the loyal officials of Lingzhou one by one. Then those at the back saw the people in front of them all leave with stiff faces without exception. However, there was unconcealable joy between their brows. They slowly walked to the corner of the corridor and immediately moved like the wind. They were most likely going home to report the good news. Most of the guests entered the manor nervously and went out in high spirits to return home. Su Beiji, who His Royal Highness had placed on the table to support him, did not have any joy on his face. He stood at the window and looked at the administrator's manor with a serious expression. Su Fengnian sat behind the desk with one hand supporting his cheek and the other rolling the copper coin between his fingers. Su Beiji said, "Relax." Su Fengnian thought for a while. "All right, accompany me to the Golden Gate Escort Agency to drink. Since the wine in Lingzhou doesn't have any worldly and bloody smell, do you want to drink more?" Su Beiji, who had only gotten drunk once in Beimang, nodded. Su Fengnian and Su Beiji got into the carriage. Su Yanbing drove the carriage to the Golden Gate Escort Agency on the other side of the city. Earlier, when they crossed the threshold of the side door, Su Fengnian paused for a moment and raised his head to glance at the gray sky. After a while, he could no longer see the peak of the mountain that only appeared when the weather was clear. When they arrived at the entrance of the Golden Gate Escort Agency, Su Fengnian introduced himself as Su Qi from Apricot Street and said that he knew the old escort leader Bao Fengshou and the new escort leader Dou Liang. The eyes of the young man guarding the door lit up. Hearing the words Apricot Street was enough. It was even more useful than mentioning Bao Fengshou. His impatience was swept away, and he subconsciously bowed. However, when he saw the warm and smiling face of the young master, he immediately straightened his back. Who knew if this fellow was bragging? Of the young masters who lived on that street, how many of them had not trampled and injured people in Lingzhou before? How could they be smiling so happily with a small guard like him? Who would believe that? Bao Fengshou, who lived in the escort agency, hurried over. He was extremely friendly and polite. Not only him, even the first and second masters of the escort agency were alerted. Su Qi was also tactful and directly revealed the identity of the young master beside him. He had served as a soldier in Longqing County and was currently doing some miscellaneous work for Governor Zhong Qingxin. However, he was about to be promoted to the provincial government office in small steps. As a result, not only were the two masters happy, they were also somewhat in awe. Hu and Lingzhou didn't know about Huaihua great General Zhong Hanguo and his eldest son, Zhong Qingxin, although it was rumored that His Royal Highness had extinguished some of his arrogance. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Zhong family was undoubtedly still a first-class family in Beiliang that ordinary people felt was unreachable. To be able to get along with Governor Zhong day and night, how could the Golden Gate Escort Agency, which was as small as a sesame seed, be neglected? Dou Liang and his two brothers hadn't moved into the escort agency for the time being. Instead, they rented a small, remote, and simple residence outside. The escort agency hurriedly sent someone to invite them over to drink. The first master personally set up a large charcoal brazier. After the group of people sat down, they drank to their heart's content. When they were drunk, the two masters were emotional people and were not as restrained as before. They chatted and laughed without restraint. Because Dou Liang's two brothers, Wei, Tang, and Fan Yuyang, had met before, they had a good impression of them at that time. In addition, their eldest brother, Dou Liang, had come back from his escort mission to pave the way. They had already said a lot of good things about Su Qi, so they were even more open when they drank. The first master, Yu Xiucai, had a slightly scholarly name. It was probably because his parents had hoped that he would be able to pass the imperial examinations in the future. However, it was very rough, and there was a shocking scar on his face. When he talked about this old story with Su Fengyan and Su Beiji, he didn't have any complaints. It was just that more than 10 years ago, he had been slashed in the middle of the street by a man who had kidnapped a woman. He didn't dare to fight back. In terms of martial arts, he could beat that son of a bitch 10 times with one hand. However, in terms of backing, he, Yu Xiucai, lost by 1,000,000 miles and admitted defeat. To this day, this old man could only laugh and curse. Su Fengyan smiled and turned his head to Su Beiji and said, "In the future, I'll have to rely on you to be impartial and be the bad guy in this kind of situation." Su Beiji was indifferent and only drank in big mouthfuls. The men of the Golden Gate Escort Agency didn't take it too seriously. Even if the two young masters with the surname Su had a good status, Lingzhou City was deeply intertwined. Even the Lingzhou general couldn't do anything and was fooled by everyone. They all said that the administrator wanted to give His Royal Highness a show of strength. Therefore, as long as it was an outsider, no matter who it was, even if it was a young official from a landowning household, they couldn't casually make trouble here. Su Fengyan raised his bowl. It was probably the 7th or 8th bowl, but he still drank it all in one gulp. The people of the escort agency couldn't help but cheer from the bottom of their hearts. This alcohol tolerance and alcohol tolerance were both excellent. Su Fengyan casually wiped his mouth and said with a smile, "Before I get drunk, I'll quickly say a few words of seriousness. Old Brother Dou, Old Brother Wei, and Old Brother Fan are all Su Qi's friends. In the future, I'll have to ask the two masters and old escort leader Bao to take care of me. Su Qi's bowl of wine is my thanks." The second master, Zhang He, was tongue-tied. He raised his big white bowl and said loudly, "Young Master Su is straightforward. Our escort agency is small, but no one is a bashful woman." Zhang, he also poured out his heart to young Master Su. It's not that Dou Liang's 3 brothers don't have any ability, but they are too great. Zhang, he has seen it all. Take Wei Tang and Fan Yuyang, for example. In fact, not to mention becoming an escort like Dou Liang, even becoming an escort leader is a matter of course. But in our small place, the rules are the same as other places. It's just that there's no way around it. Everyone has to endure it bit by bit, from a daughter-in-law to a mother-in-law. Otherwise, other people won't be convinced and will have resentment in their hearts. Zhang, don't dare to say anything like, I'll let my 3 brothers become escort leaders tomorrow. I can only apologize to Dou Liang's 3 brothers. First Master, shall we all drink this bowl of wine in our hands? Yu Xiaocai raised his bowl and laughed. Everyone is a good man. Let's drink and leave. Cheers. In the end, Su Beiji was also a drunken mess. He was already leaning on Su Fengyan's shoulder. The rough men of the Golden Gate Escort Agency were all over the place. Yu Xiaocai hugged the wine jug and mumbled in his drunken stupor. He was vaguely talking about how he hadn't been able to kill a few northern barbarians in his life. The number 1 steward of the general's estate, Sun Fulu, appeared at the door, sweating profusely. Before he left, His Royal Highness had told him to come to this small escort agency. Su Fengyan, the only one still sober, had no choice but to carry the unconscious Su Beiji on his back and bid farewell to the escorts who were cleaning up the mess with a smile. After walking out of the door, Sun Fulu said in a low voice, "Young master, for some reason, the administrator kidnapped a man and brought him to the estate in the middle of the night. What kind of trouble is this?" Su Fengyan made a sound of acknowledgement. The extremely drunk Su Beiji was blindly tossing and turning. He slapped His Royal Highness's head with one hand and casually smeared His Royal Highness's face with the other. Sun Fulu was so shocked by this scene that the corner of his mouth twitched. This Su Beiji, who had wandered from Beimang to our Beilyang, if he couldn't become the administrator of Beilyang in the future, Sun Fulu, would directly change his name to Sun Tzu. Su Fengyan slowly walked towards the carriage, with Su Juzi on his back. It was difficult to walk. Chapter 933. Li Gongda was placed in the corridor outside the study by Sun Fulu. Su Hun was tied up and heavily injured. His clothes were stained with blood. Beside him was one of Li Gongda's trusted retainers, who stared at Su Hun. This person was a true master, and his cultivation was naturally not bad. He was as famous as the Liantang gang leader in the Lingzhou Jianghu. However, one enjoyed wealth in the administrator's manor, while the other had his entire family wiped out in one night. One could see that being a guard dog was much more comfortable than being a stray dog with no one to rely on. Li Gongda looked calm. He closed his eyes and focused. His 2 fists in his sleeves loosened and clenched. At the end of the corridor was Hong Shuwen, who was from the White Horse Righteous faction. He was like a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity to strike. When Hong Shuwen stood up, Li Gongda suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw His Royal Highness carrying Su Beiji back, the scene was too different from what he had imagined. He was stunned. Li Gongda was someone who had been through a lot in the officialdom. He immediately calmed himself down and let his retainer leave first. This time, the old man didn't act like an elder. He solemnly shook his sleeves and knelt on the ground. He said in a deep voice, "Li Gongda came to apologize to His Royal Highness. I hope Your Highness can save Li Hanlin on account of our 20 years of friendship." Li Gongda couldn't see Su Fengyan's expression. His Royal Highness probably handed the drunk Su Beiji to Hong Shuwen and then quickly walked over. He held the administrator's arms and tried to help him up. However, Li Gongda tried his best to kneel down. He heard His Royal Highness ask anxiously, "Uncle Li, why are you doing this? How can Fengyan bear the responsibility? So, what if he is Hanlin? Uncle Li, get up and talk." Li Gongda said with a faint sobbing tone, "Your Highness, if you don't agree to save my son, Hanlin, even if Li Gongda dies kneeling here, I will not get up." Su Fengyan, who reeked of alcohol, said angrily, "I don't have to save anyone but Hanlin. How can I let Hanlin fall into danger? Uncle Li, why do you have to be so pretentious? Could it be that as the dignified Taoist administrator of Bailiang, you have done something to betray the Su family? Li Gongda raised his head and said with tears running down his face, Your Highness, Li Gongda has been loyal to Bailiang for 20 years. Heaven can be my witness. The general's cultivation of the Li family is as good as giving us a new lease on life. Li Gongda admits that he can't deny the crime of corruption. He is absolutely loyal to Bailiang and the Su family. Su Fengnian squatted in front of the administrator, who had lost his composure, and said softly, In this case, Uncle Li should get up and talk. First, tell me who the kidnapped person is, and why Hanlon wants me to save him. There are no outsiders here. You and I can speak frankly. If I can't do something, then I will beg Su Shao. I don't believe that anyone in Bailiang can hurt Hanlon. Who can wrong the Li family? Only then did Li Gongda stand up shakily, wiping away his tears with his sleeve. He pointed at Su Hun and said sternly, This person's surname is Su, and his given name is Su Hun. He is the trusted aide of that gold weaverly Shifeng, and is also a secret agent of the Liang Imperial Court. A few years ago, he took his family out for a spring walk. Li Shifeng, that sly old fox, actually pretended to meet me and purposely mentioned that this person was a descendant of his distant relative. Tonight, this Su Han actually snuck into the mansion and delivered a secret letter personally written by that green-eyed man, saying that as long as I, Li Gongda, am willing to betray Northern Liang, my position in the imperial court would only be higher than that old bastard Yan Jieshi. Furthermore, Zhao Go had already arranged for the Li family's escape route. So how could Li Gongda be so ungrateful? I immediately apprehended this thief, but my poor son Hanlon has already been transferred to the Northern Mang Southern Dynasty by a military order and is now being forcefully escorted eastwards along the northern border. I'm afraid that it won't be long before he enters the capital from Ji Province. Your Highness, although Li Gongda has no intention of betraying Northern Liang since he was targeted by Li Shifeng and Su Hun, these treacherous villains, it must be because Li Gongda, as the administrator, is not a proper one. No matter how your Highness and the great general deal with Li Gongda will not complain at all. However, your Highness knows Hanlon's character very well. Su Fengnian let out a sigh as he replied with a smile, Oh, I see. Uncle Li, don't worry too much. Come on, have a cup of tea in the study. Fengnian will send a message to Su Shao, Chu Lushan, and Huang Fucheng, the general of Yuzhou province. I promise to return a safe and sound Li Hanlon to Uncle Li. Li Gongda was about to nod and express his gratitude when he suddenly widened his eyes. His Royal Highness, who had always been smiling in front of him, directly pushed Su Hun, a gold nugget who might be able to dig out a lot of secrets from him. His 5 fingers formed a hook and directly tore off half of Su Hun's face. Then, as if he still found it too troublesome, he used the immortal's touch on the head. Poor Su Hun died on the spot without saying a word. Su Fengnian, whose hands were covered in blood, casually wiped them on his sleeves. Then, he carefully supported the administrator with one hand and pushed the door open with the other. The two of them stepped over the threshold together. Su Fengnian stopped and leaned back. He smiled at Su Yanbing and said, Uncle Su, please ask Hong Shuwen to quickly send out 3 secret letters. The last one is to be sent to Huang Fucheng. Tell him that I allow him to privately mobilize 2,000 light cavalry to intercept me. By the way, ask someone to send a pot of hot tea. Su Yanbing nodded. Li Gongda said in a low voice, Your Highness, Su Hun is clearly not an ordinary spy. Li Gongda tried to get information from him before. It seems that when Yan Jieshi escaped from Bailiang, he was also personally involved. With him in our hands, we don't have to worry about Li Shifeng and the Golden Weaving Bureau not giving in. It seems safer to kill him later. Su Fengnian shook his head and said with a smile, Uncle Li, you underestimate how tight-lipped these men of sacrifice are. Besides, I don't care about Li Shifeng or the Weaving Bureau in my own territory of Beiliang, even if there are spies from Zhaogo. As long as there is a reasonable reason, I can kill them as I want. I'm not their relative. Anyway, it's a life and death battle between two sides, so there's no need to care about family ties. When doing this kind of thing, it depends on who's ruthless. The Peregrine Falcon Eagle Guard fell into Zhaogo's hands outside of Beiliang and ended up in the same way. Otherwise, why would they be called men of sacrifice? They're not called men of sacrifice for nothing. Li Gongda listened to His Royal Highness' casual and indifferent words. When he sat down, he looked at the young man's unfashionable gray hair and did not say anything. Su Fengnian smiled and comforted him. If Uncle Li thinks that Huangfu Cheng and 2,000 elite cavalry are not enough, you can send another 200 crossbowmen and 1,000 cavalry. Li Gongda hurriedly agreed. Okay. Sai, this foul situation is really making things difficult for your highness. Su Fengnian waved his hand, and Su Yanbing personally brought tea over. Su Fengnian then told him about the order to increase the number of men and horses to come out of seclusion. Su Fengnian sneered and said, Li Shifeng is really amazing. He's been a coward in Beiliang for more than 10 years. If he wants to do something, he'll do it on a large scale. He's addicted to poaching people from the Su family. He's still not satisfied, even after giving Master Zhao an in-law. Now, he's not even willing to let Uncle Li go. After tonight, I'll go meet this Golden Weaving Bureau. Chapter 934. Li Gongda sighed and looked at Su Fengnian. He said sincerely, Your Highness, with that, although it wasn't Li Gongda's fault, I admit that my reputation has been ruined. I don't have the face or heart to be an official anymore. I hope that Your Highness can allow Li Gongda to return to his hometown and be a farmer in Huangnam County. Actually, when Your Highness came to Lingzhou, Li Gongda already had this thought. In the Great River, each new generation surpasses the previous one. The hearts of the people in Beiliang had already reached the level of scholars. Li Gongda knew that his talent was shallow and his reputation was extremely bad, not to mention the position of primary second-grade administrator. Even the position of Lingzhou provincial governor was not enough to convince the people. In the beginning, when Your Highness became the general of Lingzhou, Li Gongda wanted to help Your Highness for a year or two before retiring. That would fulfill his wish of being an official for 2 dynasties in Beiliang. It was for the public good, but there were also selfish motives. Who would have thought that the moment Your Highness moved into the general's manor, the Lingzhou officialdom under Li Gongda's eyes would become chaotic? At that time, Li Gongda knew that he was old, his abilities were too small, and his experience was shallow. Rather than being scolded away shamelessly, why don't I ask Your Highness to be merciful and let Li Gongda return to his hometown to live out his remaining years? Su Fengnian lowered his head and blew on the steam from the tea. He smiled but did not say anything. The light in the study was dim. Li Gongda held the teacup with both hands to warm it up. The steam rose, and the expressions of the old and young were blurry. Li Gongda chose his words carefully and slowly said, Your Highness, Li Gongda resigned from his position, not because he wanted to avoid arousing suspicion, but because he knew that it was difficult for him to take on such a big responsibility. Being the first administrator of Beiliang was like forcing a duck onto a perch. As for Li Gongda's well-known addiction to being an official, he was almost satisfied. Now that the structure of Beiliang has expanded and the atmosphere is brand new, Li Gongda did not read much and was miles away from scholars like Wang Shihua. However, a few days ago, when he saw Fujin replacing old talismans with new peaches, he figured out a principle that he did not understand before. No matter how good the old spring festival couplets were, after a year of exposure to the wind and sun, they were unbearably old. Let's not talk about other things. Just looking at them did not feel festive enough. It was not as pleasing to the eyes as the new couplets. Moreover, Baelyang is currently full of vitality and talent. Your Highness has the intention to reform the Baelyang officialdom. In the end, the study of officialdom is nothing more than the essence of the 3 words moving one's position. Therefore, as long as Li Gongda leaves, it is possible that everyone in the Baelyang officialdom will be promoted by a rank. At the very least, the scholars that your Highness has chosen can all be moved up a rank. Su Fengnian interrupted. Let's not talk about this first. Uncle Li is still young. It is too early to talk about retiring from his position and living leisurely in the forest. Li Gongda wanted to say something, but stopped. Su Fengnian could not help laughing and said mischievously, I guess that Zhang Julu will at least give Uncle Li the title of minister and grand secretary to the imperial court. Otherwise, he will be too petty. Li Gongda smiled and said, Li Gongda has not opened the secret letter, so I don't know the contents. Then the administrator placed the secret letter in his bosom on the table. Su Fengnian casually glanced at it and heard Li Gongda laugh heartily for the first time that night. If it were up to Li Gongda, he would look down on a minister with the same rank as the administrator and a grand secretary who can't make money out of thin air. It would be more appropriate to let Tantanan give up the position of Huan to Li Gongda. Of course, if the grand secretary is willing to give up the position, Li Gongda won't mind kindly accepting it. If that is the case, Li Gongda can go back on his word once. Your Highness, please don't stop Li Gongda. Su Fengnian drank a mouthful of tea and laughed out loud. If the son of the Zhao family has such courage, I really won't stop Uncle Li. It would be nice if the news of an official trained by Baelyang became the Grand Secretary of the Imperial Court in the end. In the future, wouldn't countless scholars flood into Baelyang to become officials? Because Baelyang is a prosperous land, I would be happy to see them all work hard in Baelyang for 20 to 30 years and accumulate enough hard work. Then, they would run to the imperial court to politely accept them for their retirement. They would comfortably enjoy a high position for a decade or so. After they die, they would all be bestowed posthumous titles by the emperor. How good would that be? The Su family of Baelyang would benefit, and the Zhao family of the imperial court would gain fame. Everyone would be happy. Li Gongda smiled knowingly. Su Fengnian withdrew his smile and said, Uncle Li, you can continue to be the administrator with peace of mind. As for Hanlin, I promise to send you back to Lingzhou unscathed. Li Gongda still wanted to say something, but Su Fengnian closed the cup lid and placed it on the table. His expression was one that did not allow rejection. He said, Uncle Li, then it's settled. We'll talk about everything when Hanlin comes back. Li Gongda could only stand up and say goodbye. He silently left the study. Su Fengnian walked him to the door of the study. He sat back in his chair and closed his eyes. If this secret matter spread out, it would be enough to shake the entire court. He had planned the entire situation single-handedly. Su Weisheng and Wu Tangyan were in charge of every detail. The golden silk weaver Li Shifeng had made a deal with Baelyang. His children and grandchildren were kept in the capital as hostages. If he wanted to leave Baelyang alive and not arouse the suspicion of the imperial court, or more accurately, the emperor, he had to come up with a flawless plan. Thus, it was true that Li Shifeng was a loyal and responsible spy. It was also true that Zhang Julu wrote the 2 letters that Li Shifeng got from the imperial court. It was also true that Li Hanlin was sent to the southern court of Beimang. True and false. It was tangled and complicated. During this period of time, the interests intertwined. Everyone's actions, big and small, were enough to dazzle one's eyes. Baelyang could not afford to make a single mistake. Liang could afford to lose, but Baelyang could not afford to lose. If they won, the golden silk weaver would go from an organization of the imperial court to Baeliang's private property. Large amounts of spies hiding in Baeliang and around Baeliang would be tracked down. Many of the Liang spies who had infiltrated the military at the border would also be uprooted. In this way, the mud in Baeliang could be cleaned up. When Su Fengnian became the general of Lingzhou, his ambition was not in the military affairs of Lingzhou. Instead, he wanted the Baeliang officialdom to be completely free of worries. Only then could those scholars be at ease and settle down. If Li Gongda resisted the temptation, then Su Fengnian had told him before that he would let this Uncle Li enjoy his official life. If he did not, then it would be the worst situation. Even with the Yan family's betrayal first, Su Fengnian still had no plans to destroy the Li family. He would only nominally let Li Gongda resign and return home with the excuse that he was unwell and peacefully be a rich man in Huangnam County. Just as the administrator had said tonight, once he retreated, the Baeliang officialdom would do its best to act according to His Royal Highness' wishes. Whatever Su Hun did, it was Li Shifeng's wishes. And Li Shifeng's guidance to Su Hun was Su Fengnian's intentions. As for crossbowman and marksmanship leader Li Hanlin, he had a large group of Baeliang's most elite Eagle Guard following him. There were also 6 Master Realm retainers from the Wang Manor mixed in, those Xiaogo Death warriors who were in charge of receiving him outside the pass were destined to die. However, Su Fengnian knew that if this happened, the 4 brothers who grew up together went to brothels and took the blame together. None of them would be left. The administrator brought his trusted retainer and slowly walked out of the general's manor. Li Gongda turned his head and looked at the slightly eerie official residence in the night. He smiled and asked, "What kind of person do you think His Royal Highness is?" The Master Realm retainer hesitated and said, "An expert." Li Gongda laughed and did not force this careful Jianghu expert. He muttered to himself, "Although a great man has to be ruthless, but it doesn't mean that he isn't a hero." The retainer did not dare to say much. Li Gongda walked to the door of his own manor and was about to step onto the steps. He suddenly retracted his foot and smiled. "Let's take a walk. It's rare for Apricot Street to be so peaceful." Li Gongda walked to the empty and lonely street and sighed, "Everyone is suffering. It's all about finding joy in the suffering. Others may pity you, but you don't know that you are suffering. That is true ability. I, like the general, am old. No matter what I do now, it is for my descendants." In the study room, Su Fengnian reached out and grabbed the teacup. The white porcelain cup shattered. Half of the tea splashed all over him. They were set to arrive at the Lingzhou General's manor on the 3rd day of the 1st month. He purposely mentioned the 3 secret letters in the corridor. Su Fengnian gave the Li family time and time again. At this moment, there was still only 1 secret letter on the table. In this game of chess, Baeliang, who had the geographical advantage, would not lose no matter what. It was only a matter of winning more or losing less. However, to Su Fengnian, he would lose no matter what. He asked for it. He was alone. Su Beiji said it well. Chapter 935. Because the imperial court had appointed a crown prince and conferred titles to various kings, the emperor had personally decreed a general amnesty and changed the name of the year to Xiangfu. In the first year of Xiangfu, when the sound of firecrackers welcomed the new year, there were still court officials on duty. An old man in his 60s walked unsteadily toward Zhang Hut with wine and a bag in his hand. Along the way, he occasionally met him. Regardless of whether it was the Son of Heaven's personal attendants or the eunuchs who could wear bright red python robes, when they met this old man, without exception, they all took the initiative to stop and throw the rules and regulations of the palace to the back of their minds. They all exchanged a few pleasantries with a smiling face. If it were an ordinary person, once they were discovered, they would definitely be remembered by the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, Han Jiaoxi. Sooner or later, they would not be able to bear the consequences. However, now that the ceremony directorate had changed its head, celebrating the beginning of spring, and the target was Tantanon, who was liked by everyone in the imperial court, both inside and outside the palace, there was no need to be afraid of being used against them. Even if there were people who wanted to make trouble for the emperor would only reprimand those people for gossiping. Huan Wen, who had replaced Sun Shiji as the new head of the province, greeted everyone along the way and arrived at Zhang Hut. From a distance, he saw the Minister of Revenue, Wang Xiongui, standing under the eaves, rubbing his hands and exhaling. This Jiangnan scholar, who came from a humble family, could be considered an extremely young and strong man in the imperial court that was full of white hair. Along with many of the pillars of the imperial court, he had relied on the imperial examination to become a carp jumping over the Dragon's Gate during the Yonghui era. Furthermore, in that year's imperial examination, Wang Xiongui, who ranked first and third, was the youngest of the top three. The teacher who presided over the imperial examination was the Grand Secretary Zhang Julu. The teacher who read the examination papers was coincidentally the left chancellor of the Imperial College at that time, Huan Wen. Relying on his talent in running the country and helping the world, he had climbed up the ranks to become the Minister of Revenue. Wang Xiongui was undoubtedly part of the Zhang faction. Even though he had become a minister, he had always treated Zhang Julu and Huan Wen as disciples. At this moment, without waiting for Huan Wen to approach Zhang Hut, he hurriedly ran down the stairs to help Huan Wen take the wine jug and cloth bag. Huan Wen joked, "Fuding, why is that blue-eyed boy shutting the door to you again? This old fellow is really something. Yesterday, you went to pay your New Year's greetings, and today, he came again. It's obvious that he cares a lot about your favorite student, but he just can't bring himself to do it. It's fine, it's fine. In a moment, I'll just say that this pot of wine and salted peanuts were all brought by you. I don't believe that Bai Yan or won't be envious. If he can hold back his greed and just watch the two of us enjoy life, then I'll be helping you vent your anger, won't I?" Minister Wang, whose given name was Fu Ding, smiled wryly and said, "How could this junior dare to get angry with Grand Secretary Darren? Huan Shi, please don't make fun of Fu Ding. Besides, this junior didn't discipline him properly and let that good-for-nothing son of mine get into trouble. The entire capital is watching as a joke. This junior truly has let down Grand Secretary Darren and Huan Shi's expectations." Huan Wen smiled. This Tantanon wasn't quite the same as those shrewd pillars of the imperial court who couldn't help but be suspicious of their dark temperaments. When the old man smiled, it wasn't a fake smile, and it didn't make people feel that there was a knife hidden in his smile. Instead, it made people feel that Sir Huan had truly encountered a happy occasion. Over the years, some of the senior ministers who had fallen on hard times liked to run over to Huan Wen to reminisce about old times, bringing along a few pots of good wine. Whether or not this old man of the Huan residence could help was another matter. In short, if it was something that made people feel like there was still some leeway after he spoke of it, there were two things that Huan's didn't do. He didn't add flowers to brocade, and he didn't hit a person who was down. With Huan Wen leading him into Zhonglu, Wang Xiongui had the courage to enter. Huan Wen stopped in front of the door. Wang Xiongui had already put one foot in and could only obediently take it back. He heard the old man say softly, "Your youngest son is called Yuan Ran, right? Even an old man like me, who doesn't leave the house, has heard of his great name. It can't be said that he has done a basket of bad things, but at least half a basket of bad things. Last autumn, he had a dispute with the heir of Bailiang at the Jiujiu embassy. He was praised to the heavens by his accomplices, saying that he was the #1 silk pants in the capital, and that he was the only one who dared to go against the air. This originally wasn't much. Whether it was me or Bai Yin, we were all hot-blooded when we were young. Who didn't have a bit of vanity? It's just that your child is too bold now. He actually went to the Ministry of Personnel to bully Zhao Yuling's daughter. This daughter is even betrothed to Yin Maochuan's only son. Not only that, the son of the Ministry of Justice's Han Lin came out to say something fair and gave your son a beating. He even scolded his father for being a mere assistant minister in the Ministry of Justice. Footing, if you count with your fingers, in the 4 years of Yonghui, it was actually only the few of you who stood out together. Your relationship was generally not bad. After this incident, how are you going to meet Yin, Zhao, and Han, who are all officials at the same time? You and I both know that next year's imperial examinations will be presided over by Yin Maochuan. You and I both know the level of Yin Maochuan's ability as an official. He isn't called the head of the imperial court's prime ministers for nothing. After this year's imperial examinations, it will be the big event of the local officials' examinations. Zhao Yuling will definitely be the one in charge. How can your teacher not be fuming with anger? If I sat in Bai Yan's position, I would be just as angry. Wang Xiongui stomped his foot and sighed. He said in a low voice, "Teacher Huan, you don't know, my son Wang Yuanran was framed. Otherwise he wouldn't have acted so rashly." Huan Wen, who was known for his good temper, actually had a face full of anger. He suppressed his voice and scolded, "Idiot! Flies don't bite seamless eggs. If your son was a good person, would he have the chance to be framed? The family's misfortune, the greatest misfortune, is that your descendants don't care about your fortune. He's already made such a big mistake. As his father, you're still thinking about how to clean up after Wang Yuanran's mess instead of mending the pen after the sheep are lost. If you, Wang Xiongui, aren't stupid, then what are you?" Chapter 936. Wang Xiongui stammered, not daring to retort. It was indeed hard for outsiders to imagine that a second-rank minister could be scolded so miserably. Huan Wen still wasn't satisfied. He snatched the wine pot and cloth pouch, directly throwing down a string of harsh words. "I originally thought you'd come to understand before coming, but I didn't expect you to still be such a scoundrel. You can't even manage a son. What Ministry of Revenue?" "I, Huan Wen, have always favored you." "Fine. Then you might as well not be some Minister of Revenue. Come to the Ministry of Revenue and be my assistant. You'll still be a second-rank official. How about it? So that your son won't rely on you, his father, to raise his tail to the sky and show that extremely unsightly light." Wang Xiongui was so scared that his face turned pale. Everyone in the court knew that Grand Secretary Zhang Julu was in charge of the Zhang faction, which was actually of the same origin. It was just that the banner was swapped with the character Zhang. In fact, it could be traced all the way back to Zhang Julu and Huan Wen's benefactor teacher, who was the old Grand Secretary's benefactor teacher. Wang Xiongui was undoubtedly the most popular candidate to take over Zhang Julu's position, both inside and outside the Zhang faction. To speak plainly, even if the emperor was dissatisfied with Wang Xionggui's position as Minister of Revenue and demoted him, even demoting him to a provincial post, as long as the Zhang and Huan elders were still there, even in the court and outside, they still had great prestige. Wang Xiongui wasn't afraid of not having a chance to return to the central government. However, if the Zhang and Huan elders felt that Wang Xiongui couldn't bear the heavy responsibility and wasn't enough to support their branch, then Wang Xionggui's career in this life could be considered to have come to an end. Huan Wen gave a cold snort. Wang Xiongui was dejected and didn't say anything. After careful consideration, he said bitterly, "Teacher Huan, this junior knows his wrongs. I won't enter the room and make the grand secretary worry. While there's still snow on the ground, I'll go back now and have Wang Yuanran kneel in front of Zhao Yuling's gate. I'll also personally pay a visit to Zhao Yuling to apologize." Huanwen nodded and laughed. "Fuding, you slippery fellow. What dog farts snow on the ground? Zhao Yuling's gate is filled with a sea of people. It's very clean. Why don't you find a handful of snow for me?" "Fine, fine. It's good that you know your wrongs. It's good that you've caused such a ruckus. It'll teach your son a lesson. Wang Yuanran is not stupid. Even if you keep a straight face, he can still see the love in your eyes. Plus, your wife is soft-hearted. She can't stand the crying of her young son. This time, she made him lose a layer of skin. Sooner or later, she will secretly compensate him more. Tell Wang Yuanran that if he dares to cause trouble again, I'll tell Yao Baifeng to throw him into the Imperial College for 3 to 5 years." The Minister of Revenue, who had Tantanon personally intervened to help him deal with his family affairs, had tears in his eyes. His lips trembled as he said, "Teacher Huan's kindness, this junior is unable to repay." Huanwen shook his head and sighed. "These small favors I've given you are nothing. The one inside is the one who really thinks highly of you. Fuding, you must not disappoint him." Wang Xiongui nodded heavily. Huanwen returned the wine jug and cloth pouch to him. "My trip into the palace this time was for you. There is a beginning and there is an end. Come, let's go in and meet our Grand Secretary." Entering Zhang Lu, the purple-bearded and blue-eyed Zhang Julu, still did not give the Minister of Revenue any face. However, he reluctantly accepted the wine and peanuts. The civil officials of Zhonglu, who were buried in their books, quietly raised their heads and smiled knowingly at the Minister of Revenue. Wang Xiongui did not stay long. He quickly bid farewell and left in a hurry. Zhang Julu and Huanwen came to the room that was specially used to receive outsiders. Huanwen was very familiar with Zhang Lu. He brought in his own utensils and began to leisurely boil wine. He said to himself, "The court says that you and I, one playing good cop and one playing bad cop, cooperate seamlessly. I didn't think so before, but now I can only pinch my nose and admit it. Tell me, Fuding is such an ambitious, capable, and intelligent official. He has already reached the high position of Minister of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue is well organized, so why can't he manage his own residence well?" Zhang Julu calmly said, "What's so strange about this? Most people become officials to seek the good fortune of their descendants. Besides, don't look at how Wang Yuanren suddenly became a street rat in the capital. In fact, in front of his father, he is very clever and clever. The sons of officials are mostly like this. It's not that they are stupid, but that they are too smart. They have long been influenced by the ways of the officialdom to flatter and bully those below. I dare say that this is the first time Wang Xiongui knows that his youngest son is so muddle-headed. This is also why every year there are many officials who do not fall at the hands of their political opponents, but fall at the hands of their own children and grandchildren. It's not strange for father and son to be in court together, but it's rare for 3 generations to be in court together. Even if the positions of the 3 are not high, and their ranks are not high, whether they are good or bad officials, at least they are truly intelligent officials." Huanwen, whose nose had been frozen to a brandy, smelled the aroma of the wine and asked with a smile, "Then how many generations do you think there are in Bailiang?" Zhang Julu calmly said, "This question you have to ask the mysterious Huang Sanjia. I don't know, and I don't want to know. What's done is done, and that's more important than anything else. As for how far you can see, in the end, it depends on how far you can walk." Huanwen laughed heartily. Zhang Julu stretched out his hand. Huanwen said in surprise, "You want to drink wine? Bai Yen, you want to get a concubine? Congratulations, congratulations. Zhang Julu glanced at him unhappily. He poured himself a bowl of hot wine, drank a mouthful, and said with a smile, I've thought about it. Huanwen nodded and said, Me too. As soon as the 2 letters were sent, I felt some regret. It seems that you and I have both been tricked. That kid, the younger generation, will surpass us in time. Borrowing our hands, he began to deal with Baelyang. However, I am now quite curious, did Golden Thread, Weaverly Sheafing also get deceived? Or is he already in cahoots with Baelyang? Zhang Julu asked in return, Is there a difference? Of all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, only he, Tantanon, could keep up with Grand Secretary Zhang's thoughts. He nodded and said, That's true. Li Shifeng has made great contributions in the end. Moreover, he even made Yan Jieshi owe him a huge favor. We still need to let him return to the capital with dignity. However, based on your unyielding nature when dealing with Ji Province's Han family 20 years ago, Li Shifeng doesn't have this type of fortune. Zhang Julu said with a laugh, Only after giving my grandson New Year's money did I remember that I am already an old man in my 50s. It is also time for me to have this type of temperament. Huanwen released an "oh" sound, saying teasingly, What, you're finally starting to seek a path of retreat. Zhang Julu shook his head, his eyes firm and resolute. He slowly spat out 2 words. I won't. Huanwen said quietly, Don't worry, I won't let your Bayen die without descendants. Zhang Julu swayed the wine bowl, saying in self-mockery, It's difficult. Huanwen suddenly said with a deadly earnest expression, Don't you still have a daughter who hasn't married yet? In the future, Baelyang still lacks an official consort. What do you think of this idea? Zhang Julu was so angry that he laughed and said, Get lost. In the distance, Zhang Julu's important ministers all clearly heard the Grand Secretary's vulgar words, looking at each other in dismay. Chapter 937. The officialdom of Lingzhou originally thought that His Highness the Crown Prince, who had suffered in Lingzhou, would most likely have asked the great general for an imperial sword and was going to start a massacre in Lingzhou. They never thought that Lingzhou city would still be as calm as before. This made people wonder, could it be that the administrator was really so highly regarded that he was so powerful that the great general had no choice but to look at him differently and give him a completely different ending than Huaihua great General Zhong Hangu? Many fence-sitters who wanted to squeeze their way into the Lingzhou general's manor thought about it carefully and felt that it was best to first go to the Li Manor to pay a New Year's visit. Adding on the fact that the housekeeper of the general's manor, Sun Fulu, was famous for being unreasonable, he spread the word that the manor would not be welcoming visitors, so there were not many officials who went there to look for trouble. However, at noon on the 6th day of the first month, when Huangnam County Governor Song Yan moved his family into Lingzhou City, he did not stay in the administrator's manor of his teacher, Li Gongda. Instead, he moved into the general's manor. This made many people confused. However, when His Royal Highness moved into the official residence, he did not show his face because he dragged Su Beiji to the west of the city to drink. The coachman was changed from Su Yanbing to Han Lao's Han, who was from the same sect and was also the deputy general of Lingzhou. Other than the pair of persimmons and oranges, there was also Pei Nanwei, who had taken off her snow-swept fox fur coat and changed into plain clothes. However, she still kept her loose mink hat. Then there was Wang Wolfting and his close friend from the same hometown, Sun Yin. There was also Wang Yunshu, who just so happened to come over to familiarize himself with them. Among the 5 young masters of similar ages, other than Sun Yin, who looked ordinary and old-fashioned, the 4 of them were rather eye-catching when gathered together. Luckily, they were drinking at the bottom of the city, so they were not recognized by the sharp-eyed people. When they were drinking, Wang Yunshu and Wang Lufting were both figures of the four kings of Huangnan and knew each other very well. Moreover, the two of them were also one of the four tyrants of Lingzhou back in the day, so they did not seem to be unfamiliar with each other. Only Sun Yin, who was temporarily working as a shabby private tutor in the Wang family of Zijin, did not seem to fit in. Even though Su Beiji took the initiative to talk to him a few times, Sun Yin could only be considered to be able to respond appropriately. However, he was never able to take advantage of the opportunity to expand the topic. It was as if he was born to not be the center of attention at the same table. Su Fengnian naturally compared Sun Yin to Qin Shiliang, who had a similar background, and was somewhat disappointed. Whether it was in front of him or Su Xiao, Qin Shiliang had never shown the slightest bit of stage fright. Su Fengnian was now in urgent need of scholars that could be used immediately. People like Su Beiji could be casually tossed into any county, and he would be able to flourish on his own. There was no need for him to worry about him at all. If not for this, Su Fengnian was not a deity. How would he be able to take care of everything? Wang Lufting, who had good observation skills, had secretly stepped on Sun Yin's feet a few times under the table. The stubborn Sun Yin was still as stubborn as before. The aroma of the big pot of dog stew on the table filled the air. They had also drunk more than 10 caddies of green ant wine. It was about time to pay the bill and leave. Wang Lufting lamented in his heart. This clan head of the Wang clan of Purple Gold knew very well how the first impression was. It was incomparably important. There were so many so-called talented people in the world who did not get the chance to meet them. In fact, most of them were idiots who did not know how to find the right opportunity to recommend themselves. It was not as if a man had talent. It was not as obvious as a woman who was pregnant at first glance. It was no wonder that others could not tell the difference between good and bad. However, the problem was that Wang Lufting was more certain than anyone else that Sun Yin was not a pedantic scholar who only knew how to read books. This was what made him feel so regretful. Although he, Wang Lufting, was the new favorite of His Royal Highness, he could not be so foolish as to tell His Royal Highness that Sun Yin's talent was extraordinary. It was His Royal Highness who could not recognize a fine steed, not His Royal Highness. If Wang Lufting was really so impetuous, he would not be able to sit firmly on the seat of the clan, head of the Wang clan of Purple Gold. The seat was also stained with the blood of many of his clansmen. Don't judge Wang Lufting by his scholarly and elegant demeanor. With one hand, he lured the bandits into having evil thoughts at the sight of wealth. With the other, he used a large sum of money to hire the authorities to suppress the bandits. Without any hesitation, he killed nearly half of his uncle's family of more than 40 people, leaving only a few old, young women and children behind. Not a single one of the 18 bandits was left alive. The two groups of people parted ways. Wang Lufting left with Sun Yin, while Wang Yunshu led his horse and rode together for a distance. Then he said that he did not lack friends in the capital, and that he had to go to the brothel to fool around. Then he spurred his horse and left. Ever since Wang Lufting became the clan head, the two young masters who were originally on good terms with each other gradually drifted apart. On the other side of the road, Su Fengnian bought a stick of sugar-coated haws and bit into it. Su Beiji was silent for a long time. In the end, he could not help but ask, "You really don't plan on using Sun Yin, who has the potential to become the second Yao Baifeng of Bailiang?" Su Fengnian, who was busy dealing with the sugar-coated haws, said vaguely, "Even if I want to use him, it would be a headache to put him in an official position. With his personality, regardless of whether he is a scholar or not once he reaches the county, if I just leave him alone, this fellow will be beaten up by the old foxes until he dies of depression. If I have to take out a very large official's hat for him to wear, to be honest, I really am not willing to do so. That's because giving it to anyone would be more useful than giving it to Sun In. At the very least, it would be more effective than giving it to Sun In. It's just that letting him be kidnapped by Yao Baifeng to go to the Imperial College in the capital is also inappropriate. The Imperial Court is blessed with a unique environment and skilled craftsmen to carefully polish this piece of unpolished jade. If in the future Sun In becomes a powerful official in the Imperial Court, and Bailiang has another Zhang Julu as an enemy, I would regret it so much that my intestines would turn green with regret. But to put him under house arrest in Bailiang for the rest of his life, regardless of sentiment or reason, is not kind. Yao Baifeng said that he is a scholar who has won 3 yuans in a row. In the end, if he ends up in my hands, it will be a waste of his life. If word gets out, it won't be good. Su Beiji smiled and said, "You think that Sun In is a chicken rib, tasteless to eat but a pity to throw away?" Su Fengnian nodded his head. Unexpectedly, Su Beiji shook his head and said, "Not necessarily." Su Fengnian handed half a stick of sugar-coated haws to Pei Nanwei, who was sitting quietly. Unexpectedly, she took it calmly and bit off one of the haws and put it in her mouth. Su Fengnian did not have the mood to flirt and continued to say to Su Beiji, "Capable people have more work to do. Why don't you help me test Sun In? I really don't have time to care about him. I am about to leave Lingzhou and participate in the military training at the border with Su Xiao." Su Beiji said decisively, "If he is handed over to me, even if I become the governor of Lingzhou, don't expect Sun In to be loyal to you. As long as he is a scholar, who doesn't have a bit of pride? Sun In is especially obvious." Su Fengnian frowned and said, "It's not a problem anyway. What do you want me to do?" Su Beiji said softly, "There is a way that saves you the most trouble. Do you want to hear it?" Su Fengnian rolled his eyes and said, "Don't talk nonsense." Su Beiji said calmly, "If you can't use him, then kill him. Kill him secretly. You can drown him by accident or poison him slowly. Anyway, you are familiar with this. Wang Lifting is ambitious. Before he becomes the golden thread weaver, let him know what it means to show mercy and severity." Pei Nanwei turned to look at this Beimang remnant and made up her mind to stay away from this person. Just as Su Fengnian was about to speak, he saw a group of riders galloping on the street in a domineering manner. Immediately, the whole street was in chaos. Fortunately, the people seemed to be used to it. The women ran with their children, the hawkers ran as fast as they could, and the men in the middle of the street jumped and dodged. Practice makes perfect. This undoubtedly increased the arrogance of the group of hedonistic young masters. Most of the young masters were wearing fur coats and had knives and swords hanging on their necks. There was even a young woman with fiery eyes and a vicious aura that did not lose out to the group of hedonistic young masters. The horse she rode was a very outstanding breed, the Yellow Dragon Hussar. It was not much inferior to the Western region's Fergana horses that were hard to buy with money. Among the group of horses, she and the leader, the White Hoof Shadow, were the most expensive and eye-catching. Su Fengnian looked on coldly from the side with a calm expression. The White Hoof Shadow only glanced at Su Fengnian from the side of the street, and then passed by. Unexpectedly, the young mistress of the Yellow Dragon Hussar had sharp eyes. At first, she only saw the 2 handsome young men's appearance, and then she saw the woman beside them coincidentally raising her head and revealing her appearance. She deftly lashed out with her whip and knocked off the beautiful woman's mink hat. Not only that, she stopped the horse and turned it around. The horse's hooves stomped heavily on the street. When she was about 10 steps away, she shook her soft golden horsewhip and looked down at the woman and 2 men with evil intentions. She clicked her tongue and said, It's strange that we can meet such a beautiful woman here. Gaudi run, come quickly. I guarantee that you won't have to go to the brothel to throw money for a year. If you take her back home, I bet that your two mosquito legs won't have the strength to go out and drink anymore. Su Fengnian bent down to pick up the mink hat from the ground and handed it to Pei Nanwei, but she glared at him angrily. Pei Nanwei was, after all, the former Princess Jing, and it was true that she was angry at the young woman's ignorance and rudeness, but she didn't want to lower herself to her level. However, this person, surnamed Su, could clearly block the whip, but he still watched as she was humiliated. This made Pei Nanwei extremely angry. Su Fengnian saw that she didn't accept the mink hat, so he smiled and put it on his head. The young woman stopped her horse, and the group of horses quickly turned around and returned. The eyes of the young man who was called Gaudi Run lit up, and he was shocked. He didn't say anything as he jumped off his horse and rushed towards Pei Nanwei. He was about to throw her onto the back of a horse and return home. Su Fengnian waved his hand and signaled for Han Lao's Han, who was secretly following them, to not show himself. He then took a step forward and kicked out with a seemingly soft kick. The young man, surnamed Gao, might have thin arms and legs that could be blown away by a gust of wind, but he was actually considered an expert in Lingzhou. He gave a sinister laugh and pushed off with the tip of his foot. With a beautiful flip of his body, he pounced towards the fellow who looked like an embroidered pillow. Su Fengnian, who was teasing him, smiled and suddenly took a large step forward. The tall young man had just heard his companions shout for him to be careful when he was pushed in the chest by a palm. His entire body was thrown from one side of the street to the other. Unfortunately, he crashed into the hard wall between two shops and fell to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The main culprit, the woman, had a gloomy expression. She held onto the horse whip with both hands and used all her strength to straighten it. Her eyes were vicious. Chapter 938. The young master that reminded the tall young master to be careful narrowed his eyes and touched the mane of the white-hoofed shadow. He was riding, he said in a deep voice, committing murder on the street for no reason and disregarding the law. Do you not know how the word death is written? Su Fengnian pulled on the edge of his mink hat with both hands. His body flashed, and he slapped the white-hoofed shadow's head. The horse that was worth 300 taels of silver did not even have the time to cry out before it died on the spot. The horse's hooves bent, and it fell to the ground, scaring the young master so much that he quickly jumped up and retreated a few dozen feet away. He did not even have the desire to test the opponent's strength. Su Beiji sighed. At this moment, not to mention you half-baked Yamen officials, even if the insufferably arrogant Yen Wenluan were to appear, she would also be beaten by His Highness the Heir Apparent, who was full of resentment and had nowhere to vent. Su Fengnian took a deep breath and suppressed his surging killing intent. He said expressionlessly, "Scram!" The noble woman riding the yellow dragon, Hussar, was so angry that she laughed. "Not bad. You do have some mediocre skills. This is the first time I've heard that Lingzhou has such a courageous Jianghu person. I've learned something new." The young master, whose beloved horse had died on the street, threw a look at his companion, and the horse galloped away. Su Fengnian glared at the woman on the horse, and then continued forward with Su Beiji. Su Beiji asked with a smile, "Do you feel better?" Su Fengnian said helplessly, "What are you talking about?" Su Beiji no longer behaved atrociously on his wound. She turned around and saw that the other nobles had put away their swords and sabers and slowed down their horses. They followed behind her, unwilling to leave. Their faces were full of ruthlessness and amusement, as if they were ready to watch a big joke. Su Beiji gently shook his head. A group of soldiers in bright armor quickly ran over under the lead of the knight, who reported the news. They had an imposing manner. Su Beiji sneered. These foppish sons of rich families were not stupid. They knew that to deal with those Jianghu masters who were skilled in martial arts, it was effective to borrow the power of the government to kill them. Moreover, there was no need to worry about the consequences. It saved them money and effort, so why not? Su Beiji saw that the owner of the white-hoofed shadow was riding on the same horse as his companion. Obviously, he was not satisfied with the arrangement. He waved his hand and whispered to the person beside him, who then rode away. Su Beiji smiled. It seemed like he was determined to eliminate the source of the problem. Then he called for more people to come and encircle them, in case the three of them were cornered and used their skills to escape. They should be a group of vicious and merciless sons of generals. They should be able to move a large number of local patrolling soldiers. Perhaps the power of patrolling the provincial capital was in the hands of one of their parents. Lingzhou was a good place for generals at the border to enjoy their retirement. There were many miscellaneous generals, military captains, and even more ruffians. Back then, the administrator was powerless to suppress the rebellion of the officials in Lingzhou. Part of the reason was because Sir Li did not do anything. More importantly, the administrator was a rare pure civil official in Beiliang. Even if he really wanted to discipline the Lingzhou military captains who held real power, he still had to spend a large amount of effort and relationships. The imbalance between civil and military in Beiliang had been going on for a long time. The scholars had died, and the internal and external conflicts had unknowingly increased the complexity of the situation in Beiliang. The group of soldiers who rushed over first were all eager to give it a try. They held the hilts of their knives and waited for the captain's orders. Just as the daughter of Captain Dong had said, it was rare to see Jianghu heroes who dared to cause trouble in Lingzhou, much less in the heavily guarded provincial capital. The Lotus Pond in Huangnan County, which had a martial arts grandmaster watching over, was instantly reduced to ashes. This shocking news had already spread throughout Lingzhou during the New Year's greetings in the first month. It made the large and small gangs in Lingzhou tremble in fear. This year, the silver that they gave to the officials had all been increased by a few times. The captain pulled out his knife with a vicious smile and was about to capture the three of them to report to Suzhou and Dong Yueqi. They had just celebrated the New Year, so it was really a good start. The streets were very busy. Wang Lifting and Sun Yin followed in the crowd. Seeing this scene, Wang Lifting did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was hesitating whether he should go out and stop those people whose eyeballs were on there. But Sun Yin shook his head and said, "Let's wait and see." Wang Lifting said softly, "I told you just now, His Highness is not the kind of person who likes to make a fuss. Moreover, the reason why His Highness came out this time was to see you. I'm sorry to get involved in this kind of trouble." Sun Yin pointed at his own head and said calmly, "Sun Yin had already finished studying when he was 14. After that, you always asked me what I was doing. I can tell you now, since ancient times, there have been secret techniques of the emperor that were used to control the officials. However, I have half of the long and short positive and negative sutra that I wrote. It can be used to analyze, counter, and balance the techniques of the emperor. After Master Yao went to the capital, it was not that I did not want to go to the emperor, but I could not. If I went, I would die. Sun Yin is very afraid of death. How could I not see His Royal Highness hiding his strength and biding his time? Since he was able to make the four princes of Huangnam County go from being united on the surface to completely breaking up, it proves that His Highness is like what I told you that night. He chose the middle of the road to govern Lingzhou. However, what Sun Yin wanted, even if it was a hereditary position of His Royal Highness, he still could not give it. Sun Yin, rather than selling what you have learned against your will, it is better not to sell it. Wang Lifting said regretfully, "Can't you learn to compromise? Sun In sneered. Then what is the difference between you and Administrator Li Gongda? Wang Wolfting hurriedly shut her mouth and obediently watched the commotion in the distance. She was afraid that this fellow beside her would say something disgraceful. Bailiang was poor. Perhaps it was because there were not many broken pots left. Those who were barefooted were never afraid of those who were wearing shoes. Since ancient times, the people were valiant. They were used to fighting. It was only after Su Zhao's arrival that they became more restrained. However, the competitive blood that flowed in their bones did not fade away. At this moment, there was a rare fight between a commoner and an official. Many men were cheering and making a ruckus. However, no one thought that when a man in normal clothes walked out, there was not even a single drop of rain, let alone loud thunder and small raindrops. The arrogant daughter of the Dong family was stunned as if she had been possessed by a ghost. She hurriedly got off her horse and walked in front of the man. The people in the distance could not hear what was said. They could only see the man's cold expression. The daughter of the lieutenant of Yuqi did not become angry out of embarrassment. She still stood there uneasily. Outsiders did not know the situation here, but the friends of the daughter of the Dong family were all scared out of their wits. They all rolled off their horses as if they were walking on thin ice. The squad leader quickly sheathed his sword and led the soldiers under him to kneel in front of him. As it turned out, Dong Zhan, the daughter of the second most powerful lieutenant in Lingzhou, Dong Yueqi, recognized this man as the deputy general of Lingzhou with the surname Han. When Deputy General Han was inspecting the military camp before the new year, Dong Zhan just happened to be wandering around nearby. She glanced at him from afar and felt that this uncle was imposing. Even her father, who could cover the sky with one hand in Lingzhou, was far from being able to compare. She could only accompany him from the side. Afterwards, she heard her father carefully mention that Deputy General Han had entered Lingzhou with His Royal Highness. There was no need to pay attention to His Royal Highness, who had never appeared outside of the general's estate. As long as they did not clash with him head-on, His Royal Highness would have to leave Lingzhou with his tail between his legs sooner or later. However, Deputy General Han could not be provoked. Not only was this person the junior brother of the immortal spear Wang Xiu, whose martial arts were unparalleled, he was also the general's personal retainer. In the future, he would be an official in Lingzhou for a long time. Dong Zhan did not dare to show off in front of this legendary man, who could be said to be invincible. However, from her point of view, she was in the right to cause such a big commotion. Moreover, she did not think that General Han would be so calculative with a girl of the younger generation like her. However, when Dong Zhan saw the young man in the mink hat walk to General Han's side and whisper something, to which General Han could only nod his head, Dong Zhan was instantly scared out of her wits. In such a big Lingzhou city, who could treat Han Lao's Han like this? Was there even a need to guess the identity of that person? Dong Zhan was the first to wake up and kneeled heavily on the ground. When the other hedonistic sons saw this, they were so scared that they peed their pants. They all kneeled down one after another and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Han Lao's Han said with a stiff tone, "All of you kneel and ask someone to bring the person with the highest authority in your family. I will give you 5 incense sticks worth of time. If no one comes, I will directly twist off your heads." Dong Zhan wanted to cry, but had no tears. They all had to kneel obediently, so who was going to ask for help? The young man in the mink hat chuckled and said, "Let this group of soldiers who have worked hard for the people of Lingzhou go and pass on the message. Soldiers, hurry up and ride their horses. There are not many opportunities like this. A single horse is worth more than all of your belongings. At that time, if any one of these people dies, the skin on your body will be peeled off in anger. Not only the armor on your body, You will also lose a layer of your skin. The squad leader gathered his courage and stood up, with him taking the lead. The soldiers under him also stood up hesitantly. Su Fengnian said to the squad leader, "I have counted. You just happen to be one more person. You stay here. The rest of you go and pass on the message. That's right. Tell their elders that those who have been military officers must all wear their armor." Dongjun even had the thought of dying. When she lowered her head, her eyes were filled with fear and resentment. Almost half an incense stick's worth of time had passed. In the distance, on the increasingly crowded street, the crowd only saw the young man in the mink hat who should have a great background. He took off the saber at the waist of the squad leader, and then quietly squatted down with the saber across his knees. Chapter 939. This caused the spectators to be greatly disappointed. In the past few years, they had gotten used to the domineering behavior of the 4 Lingzhou ruffians. According to common sense, all crows in the world were as black as one another. Shouldn't the winner of the competition of backing and family background be the one to take care of those pitiful fellows who lost? Otherwise, how could they be the playboys of Lingzhou if they were so friendly? Wang Lifting asked curiously, "What is going on? Are you trying to make an example out of the Lingzhou officials in the families of these people to lower their heads? But looking at the current situation, it doesn't look like you're really going to kill them. If you really want to wait until those officials arrive before you kill them, then you can only kill them verbally, and it will be hard for them to accept it." Sun Yin said slowly, "The worst plan is to kill, randomly killing the playboys and officials to establish our might in the eyes of the people of Lingzhou. In the end, it will make the military officials and officials of Lingzhou and the officials of the Yamen work together against a common enemy. The current situation is like burning our eyebrows. The best plan is to not kill anyone and treat it as doing a favor to those families. At least they won't look too bad in the future. Both sides will be at peace for the time being, but it won't help with the situation in Lingzhou. The soldiers at the border of Yu and Liang will look down on His Royal Highness. The best plan, in the current situation, there is almost no best plan to speak of." Wang Lifting smiled. "Almost," Sun Yin said calmly. "There is, but I don't think His Royal Highness can do it." Wang Lifting continued to ask, "Tell me about it." Sun Yin gave a rare smile. "If it ends up muddle-headedly, and you treat me to good wine, and I get drunk, I'll tell you. Anyway, in Bailiang, I, Sun Yin, am destined to be neither high nor low. Since I can't live happily, then I can only drink happily." After the time it took for 4 incense sticks to burn, horses galloped over one after another. Fortunately, most of them were generals and had excellent horsemanship. There was only one civil official who had never been on the battlefield, but he was also quick-witted. He let his squire ride the horse and rode with him. He did not care about his bearing and demeanor, and hugged the squire's waist tightly. The captain of the Yu cavalry, Dong Hongqiu, was the furthest away, but he still arrived at the same time as the civil official. Of the 4 military officials who arrived before him, one was the director of the Lingzhou army, one was a general with a title, and 2 military captains with real power. They were all kneeling on the ground with their descendants. That foppish playboy who had fainted after hitting the wall was also dragged over. Lord Zhou, who was in charge of the county's documents, also ran away quickly. His body was faster than Dong Yueqi, and he fell to the ground neatly. He cried, "Humble Zhou Jianshu pays his respect to His Royal Highness. My unfilial son has disturbed His Royal Highness. I deserve to die." One must know that this Lord Zhou of the Lingzhou army was one of the people who had entered the general's residence that day. In the study room, he had received His Royal Highness's promise. Even if he did not get promoted and become rich, At least no matter how Lingzhou rose and fell, Zhou Jianshu, would still be able to keep his position as the third highest civil official in Lingzhou. Young Master Zhou, riding the white-hoofed shadow, was the unfilial son that Lord Zhou had mentioned. Even Zhou Zhizhong, who had Commander Yan Wenluan as his back, had obediently knelt down. The director of the army and the military captains all felt a little better. Only Dong Yueqi remained standing. He cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Humble General Dong Hongqiu pays his respect to His Royal Highness." He was standing, but His Royal Highness was still squatting. Zhou Zhizhong saw this scene from the corner of his eyes. He lowered his head a little more, but the corners of his lips curled up. The entire Lingzhou officialdom knew that Dong Hongqiu was old General Zhong's trusted subordinate. Furthermore, because Dong Hongqiu had joined the army at a young age, he was a military official who had experienced the Spring and Autumn War. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the captain of Lingzhou's Yuqi. Who knew how many generals who had retired from the border were eyeing this kind of prominent position. If one did not have any true ability, even if they were lucky enough to become one, they would be kicked down. In truth, even the normal citizens who did not like Dong Zhen and Zhou Jianshu felt that it was right for Dong Yueqi to not kneel to His Royal Highness, who had no achievements. His Royal Highness gripped his Beiliang blade and slowly stood up. He did not fly into a rage like Dong Hongqiu had expected. He did not even try to use his status as Beiliang's heir or Lingzhou's general to force him to kneel. Han Lao's Han, who was standing respectfully behind His Royal Highness, was about to take a step forward when Su Fengnian waved his hand. Su Fengnian stood with the blade in his hand. His hands were gently placed on the hilt of the blade. He said with a slight smile, "Everyone, do not worry. This heir has not suffered much. It is not that your sons and grandsons do not want to commit sins, but that they do not have the ability. It does not matter if they are wastrels who can't do anything right or if they are parasites who only know how to enjoy their achievements. It does not have much to do with this heir. This heir has been unreasonable in Beiliang for almost 20 years. There are indeed many things that are unreasonable. In this aspect, I am just like your sons and grandsons. However, using this opportunity today, I want to tell you about a small principle that this heir knows." Dong Yueqi sneered and said, "Oh, since His Royal Highness has the leisure to do this, I am willing to hear the details." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Actually, there is no need for this heir to say anything. Come, other than Sir Zhizhong, help the other officials take off their armor." The military officials, kneeling on the ground, all suddenly raised their heads. After being stunned, they could not hide their anger. Among them, the military official who was over 50 years old stood up with a dark expression. "I have risked my life for your Su family to have the glory I have today. Now, all of this wealth belongs to me. I can be killed, but not humiliated. Although my grandson has offended his superiors, he has not harmed you at all. Even if you are the eldest son of the great general and His Royal Highness of our Beiliang, my grandson's life is not good. He lost to you, a young man who could immediately become a general of Lingzhou. If you, Su Fengnian, want to beat him, I will accept it. However, if you want to humiliate me, there is no way. I have lived for so long. I don't believe that you would dare to kill all of these people on the streets. If that is the case, then I was blind to work for your Su family in the past." After the surplus general and the two captains looked at each other, they gritted their teeth and stood up. The group of commoners who could only see the general situation from afar had already begun to cheer loudly. There were people who said that the men of Lingzhou were good. There were also people who whispered to each other that these officials were not good at being officials, but their temperaments were to their liking. Pei Nanwei looked at the back of that figure. She couldn't help but recall the soul-stirring scene she had witnessed all those years ago in the reed marsh outside Xiangfan City. She, who should have been rejoicing in other people's misfortune, was a bit dispirited. Su Fengnian did not use his blade. He only tilted his head slightly. Han Lao's Han, who was already filled with killing intent, rushed out and kicked the unyielding Dong Yueqi forward. Han Lao's Han then elbowed him in the back. Dong Hongqiu's 170 to 80 catty burly body was forcefully smashed onto the street, causing dust to fly everywhere. Dong Yueqi, who even the administrator in Lingzhou could not order around, was now lying on the ground. He struggled to get up, but Han Lao's Han, who had already deliberately restrained his strength, stepped on his back. He had completely become a dead dog covered in dust. All of the commoners were terrified. Zhou Jianshu's throat moved as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Dong Zhen and Zhou Jianshu's group were so shocked that their faces lost all color. Even the old soldier of Lingzhou, who had not heard the horn of the battlefield for a long time and had not seen the smoke of the battlefield for a long time, began to tremble. Su Fengnian raised his Beiliang blade and pointed at the corporal whose legs were trembling. "Go, take off all of Sir Dong's clothes. Take it off, one after the other." Su Fengnian gloomily added, "I'm rarely reasonable. Don't be ungrateful when you're enjoying it." Dong Yueqi let out a tragic roar. After he was not stopped by Han Lao's Han, he staggered up. Yueqi Field Officer Dong Hongqiu will take off my armor today. From today onwards, I am no longer a soldier of Beiliang." The soldier's eyes were also red. His voice was hoarse as he laughed. "Go to your mother. What kind of Lingzhou official is this? Huang Zhong will also take off his armor." Thus, other than the civil official Zhou Jianshu, everyone else took off their arms in the middle of winter. It was both comical and tragic. Back then, for General Su Shao, he put on his armor and fought to the death. Now, because of his Royal Highness, he took off his armor. The commoners did not know who was the leader, but they became more and more furious. If it was not for the normal soldiers blocking their path, they would have charged forward like a swarm of bees. That damned His Royal Highness just stood there coldly and did not move at all. Wang Wolfting, who was mixed in the crowd, turned his head and asked with trembling lips, "Sun Yin, what should we do?" Sun Yin narrowed his eyes and stared at that person of the same age, without saying a word. Dong Zhen threw away her horse whip and stood beside her father. She covered her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Sir Zhizhong was also forcefully helped up by his unfilial son. Su Fengnian's eyes were cold as he said calmly, "Dong Hongqiu, currently a grade 4U cavalry captain in Lingzhou. 26 years ago, he joined Su Zhao's army and followed Chu Lushan to open Shu. He was the first to reach the top of Chunshan Pass. In this battle, he was stabbed 4 times. Huang Zhong, currently a grade 4 military officer in Lingzhou. During the Battle of Xiangfan City, he was a death warrior of the vanguard camp. He climbed the city wall 6 times and was injured 6 times until he could no longer fight. Of the 800 death warriors of the vanguard camp, only 19 survived after the battle. Hong Yuan, together with his brothers Honghe and Hongshan, were the first crossbowmen in Liangzhou. Together, they cut off 21 heads of Beimang scouts. His brothers died one after another. Hong Yuan was heavily injured and could not even hold a teacup in his right hand. He had no choice but to retreat from the border. Su Shao personally gave him the title of General Wei Yuan and promised that his eldest son could become an official when he was 20 years old. His Royal Highness did not even look at the other 2 fellows who relied on their father's contributions or silver to become captains. His Royal Highness held the Beiliang knife and turned to leave. He only left behind one sentence. Those who stand beside these 3, Go and count the scars on your ancestors and fathers. Chapter 940. Although the west side of Lingzhou was not as wealthy as the north side, there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Most of the officials lived here. The inside story of the disturbance quickly spread throughout the taverns. Wang Lifting and son Yin chose a restaurant that specialized in Jiannan's spring stew. They sat on the second floor, near the railing, and ordered the famous Camel's Peak stew that shook Bailiang. The clamor downstairs could not be separated from the farce on Wonquan Street. At first, they were cursing His Royal Highness's unscrupulous actions and humiliating Dong Yueqi, Huang Bing, Cao Cao, and the valiant bravery General Hong Yuan. Not only did he use his status as Lingzhou's general to force them to kneel, he also wanted them to bare their upper bodies. This made the three so angry that they did not hesitate to take off their armors to express their intentions. They were determined to leave Bailiang and no longer work for the Su family. Afterwards, a few sharp-sighted officials joined in and found out that the matter was not so simple. It turned out that the young masters of the Dong and Zhou families rode their horses on the street to pick a fight with His Royal Highness first. They even mobilized soldiers to encircle this Lingzhou general. This made the outsiders who were cursing Su Fengyin for being a good-for-nothing restrain themselves. They still muttered that it was just a dog-eat-dog situation, and that none of them were good people. Afterwards, more and more officials who knew the inside story revealed the truth. Endless rumors flowed into the various manors and restaurants of Lingzhou. Only then did the truth come to light. As a result, for the first time ever, Lingzhou, with its strong folk customs, became silent. The group of people who were the first to curse His Royal Highness the most fiercely were stunned with a guilty conscience. Wang Lifting saw and heard this and felt relieved. He put down his chopsticks and saw that Sun Yin was still unmoved. He picked up some fragrant Camel's Peak meat with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Wang Lifting asked with a smile, "This is your best plan?" At the time, "I didn't know what your highness said. Without drawing a knife or killing anyone, you were actually able to make Dong Yueqi kneel in front of your highness back. I thought you were using the king of Bailiang and the lives of the entire clan to force Dong Yueqi to lower his head." Two old men who have been through hundreds of battles. One hugged his armor and cried while the other began to beat his grandson on the street. "Interesting." Sun Yin shook his head and said, "It's true that I had a plan, but your highness gave me the plan." In this way, not only would Dong Hongqiu and the others be convinced, but they would also not naively kowtow to the crown prince. At the very least, these few people would continue to be grateful to the second generation of the Su family for not forgetting their meritorious service. This would make the straightforward military officials feel more at ease than any verbal promise. They would be able to temporarily behave themselves in their respective circles and be willing to tactfully take a step back for His Highness the Crown Prince out of gratitude. However, the most important thing was that a crack appeared in the tight circle of Lingzhou's military officials. The military officials who had personally fought on the battlefield and the children of generals who had become officials because of their father's contributions would inevitably begin to size each other up. They would no longer be as close as before. As for the Su officials and Yamen, who were the most familiar with changing the rudder, seeing that the upper echelons appeared united but were divided at heart, they would naturally do their work obediently. No one was stupid. The Lingzhou general could even subdue Dong Yueqi, who was supported by General Zhong Hangu, so wouldn't it be easy for him to take care of them? This group of low-class shrimp soldiers and crab generals? The more His Royal Highness held the imperial sword in his hand, the higher he raised it but did not land on anyone, the more it would make people feel fear. Right now, His Highness still did not use the might of the King of Bailiang to chop down Dong Yueqi's yellow soldiers. Instead, He was thinking about their old friendship and using reason. However, His Royal Highness was a vicious person who even dared to make a move on Zhong Hongwu. In the past, no one praised him for his shrewdness. Everyone knew that the Lingzhou general was not a kind person with a bodhisattva's heart. Everyone guessed that there would be a bloody disaster in Lingzhou sooner or later. There would definitely be blood. Pushing down layer by layer, the administrator, who lived in seclusion, did not move. Zhou Jianshu, who had been kneeling the entire time, did not move. Right now, even the arrogant military officer behind Dong Yueqi did not move. Lu Ting, who do you think will be next? Wang Wolfting smiled, knowingly. It can only be that group of Su officials who did not have a good year in Lingzhou's officialdom. Although you and I know that His Highness will not go as far as to glare at them, they do not know. They will only feel that a knife has fallen on their head. It will not fall, and it will make them wish they were dead. Sun Yin nodded his head with a lonely expression. Wang Wolfting asked softly, His Highness has such a mind, and you are still not willing to become an official? Sun Yin retorted, What kind of official? A county magistrate in charge of politics? An assistant to the governor of Lingzhou's 7 counties? Or an assistant to the governor's manor? Without waiting for Wang Wolfting to persuade him, Sun Yin laughed coldly. I can't even do it well. It is important to know oneself. Only by knowing oneself can one understand others. I, Sun Yin, have high standards but low abilities. After becoming a county magistrate, I have no one to rely on, and I am not willing to spend my time on dealing with those arrogant Su officials. If they want to take care of me, it will be easy, even if His Highness is my backer. These stubborn people have many hidden methods to cut my flesh with a soft knife. No matter what I do, my hands and feet are tied. There is no one around me that I can use, and I cannot pass down any policies. In the end, it will cause the economy of my jurisdiction to wither and the people to have no way of making a living. Forget about the all people's umbrella when I leave my post and get promoted. I am afraid I will be criticized by the people in the county every day. Could it be that when I, Sun Yin, become a county magistrate, I have to ask His Royal Highness to give me a large group of capable Su officials? As for assisting the governor and serving the provincial governor, Sun Yin's ability wasn't much better than his. Perhaps His Highness is a wise ruler who is sentimental and worthy of you, Wang Wolfting, submitting to him, worthy of Dong Yueqi and the others to change their impression of him, worthy of the 300,000 steel cavalry at the border to die for him. But to Sun Yin, it is useless. Wang Wolfting was slightly dejected. This was like the love between a man and a woman. There was a woman who was clearly very good, but he just did not like her. The two of them left the restaurant that was still bustling with noise and excitement. Compared to the past in Lingzhou City, it was obvious that there were many more elegant scholars who spoke with foreign accents. Wang Wolfting's heart was heavy as he walked into a secluded alley. Sun Yin did not like extravagance, so Wang Wolfting found him a clean house that was hidden in this alley. The somewhat tipsy Sun Yin said self-mockingly, Sun Yin's skills of learning and writing are unconventional, surpassing the ancients. It is a pity that the dragon-slaying skills that people ridiculed in the ancient books are indeed useless in Baliam. Wolfting, you don't have to persuade me anymore. If you reject His Highness' invitation and become a private tutor in Zijin's Wang family, His Highness will be indebted to you and see you in a new light. Just treat it as Sun Yin's debt to Zijin for all these years. Wang Wolfting gritted his teeth and said, Sun Yin, with your talent and knowledge, how can you be a private tutor for the rest of your life? In the history books, it is natural that Wang Wolfting is missing, but it is absolutely impossible that you, Sun Yin, are missing. Wait until I finish weaving gold thread. I will send you there even if I have to die. Without waiting for Wang Lifting to finish, Sun Yin angrily said, "Shut up." This residential area was crisscrossed with alleys. But at night, it was deserted and quiet. A cough from a dark corner was particularly ear-piercing. Wang Lifting felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his face turned pale. Sun Yin sighed. They stopped in their tracks and saw a young master wearing a mink felt hat walk out of the shadows and greet them with a smile. Wang Lifting slowly knelt down and shut his mouth. He had just obtained riches and honor and was about to be toppled again. The affairs of the world were truly unpredictable. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "If you, Wang Lifting, didn't have such feelings and only knew how to curry favor in the bureaucracy, you would be the next Yen Jeshijin Lanting. I really wouldn't feel at ease putting you in such an important position in the Weaving Bureau. Get up." Chapter 941. Sun Yin helped Wang Lifting up and said calmly, "Sun Yin, His Highness is speaking from the bottom of his heart. In the future, don't worry about your golden thread weaving. Don't feel guilty towards me. Now that things have come to this, Sun Yin will also speak from the bottom of his heart. After meeting His Highness, my life has already been thrown on the chopping block. I might not be able to keep it. If nothing goes wrong, I will most likely die quietly. Only with Sun Yin's death can you, Wang Lifting, Beiliang, and the imperial court have an explanation. Back then, when you kidnapped me to Lingzhou and asked me why it was like I was going to die so generously, this is the reason." Su Fengnian looked at Sun Yin. "I can give my dragon slaying skills a chance to be used, but I can't guarantee that it will be 10 or 20 years, or that it won't be successful in the end. However, for you, Sun Yin, at least there is a glimmer of hope. Do you want to make a big deal with me?" Unlike Wang Lifting, who looked like he had lost his parents, Sun Yin remained calm and said with a smile, if it was before today, Sun Yin wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, at this time and place, I am willing to listen to His Highness' opinion. If Sun Yin feels that there is profit to be made, then this deal is done. In any case, Sun Yin only has one life. He has a stomach full of knowledge that is inappropriate for the times, so he won't lose much. Su Fengnian, who appeared alone, turned around and left. Sun Yin slowly followed. Wang Lifting, whose limbs were weak, could only lean against the wall and gasp for breath. Wang Lifting, who stood in the same place, originally thought that Sun Yin's life and death were uncertain. The best scenario would be him coming back alive. He didn't expect Sun Yin to return with a smile in just the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. His eyes were bright and full of spirit. Sun Yin held the young master of the Wang family of Zijin's hand and said with a smile, "Lifting, this is the last time we will see each other in this life." Wang Lifting said in surprise, "His Highness still wants you to die?" Sun Yin shook his head and smiled. "Bad plan." Wang Lifting heaved a sigh of relief. "Could it be that he wants you to be his trusted aide? In the future, I'll give advice and suggestions to His Highness?" Sun Yin still shook his head. "Medium strategy." Wang Lifting, who had already tasted the bitterness of speaking too much, had an uncertain expression on his face. Sun Yin, who knew what he was thinking, still laughed and said, "It's still the best plan." Her Highness once again gave Sun Yin a pleasant surprise. "Lu Ting, don't think too much about it. You won't be able to figure it out even if you break your head. If not for this, how could you deceive Zhang Julu, these old foxes?" Wang Lifting gripped Sun Yin with all his strength and said with a laugh, "I'm not going to make a fuss over nothing, as long as you're living well. Wang Lifting will be waiting quietly in Beiliang for you to go to the capital and win 3 prizes in a row. At that time, who in the world won't know you?" Sun Yin said in a low voice, "Earlier, I was watching the fire burning across the river and had nothing to do. In my mind, I have a set of 6 strategies to deal with the situation in Bailiang. Come, let's go back to our residence. Sun Een will write it out for you. With this, you'll have the right to be a golden thread weaver. After that, there are also some rough drafts regarding the trend of the imperial court. I'll write them all for you. When the time comes, you can polish them a little. In the future, you might be able to become the provincial governor of Lingzhou. Tomorrow, I'll be returning to Huangnam County. You have to stay in the provincial capital. Tonight, the 2 of us will have a long talk. How about it? Wang Lifting said with a laugh. I'm used to sharing a bed with my wife. If I fall asleep, be careful that I don't touch you. Sun Een laughed loudly. Wang Lifting had never seen Sun Een laugh so happily before. In another small alley, Su Fengyan and Su Beiji walked side by side. Pei Nanwei followed behind them. Su Beiji said slowly. According to the information from the spies around the 2 of them, Sun Een learned the rare dragon-slaying technique, and not the dragon-riding technique. My grandfather had this idea before and told me about it in bits and pieces. However, he didn't dare to write it down. Are you really willing to let him go to the capital to be a chess piece that he might not be able to use for the rest of his life? Su Fengyan said with a smile. The Liang Imperial Court started with Tang Tusu, the great scholar of the Hall of Illustrious Persons, to the old Grand Secretary Liu Yangho, and then to the current Grand Secretary Zhang Julu. No matter how the methods of governing the Imperial Court changed, regardless of whether it was the Liu faction or the Zhang faction, the core and hidden in the depths were actually of the same origin. For example, in the past, the Han family in Jizhou and the number 1 person in the cabinet, Liu Yangho, were entangled in gratitude and grudges. The old Grand Secretary couldn't take down the Han family. After the mantle was passed on to Zhang Julu, he took the opportunity to borrow the emperor's knife to kill people, implicating 9 generations of the Han family. In the struggle between factions in the imperial court, the most important thing is inheritance. It's not much different from the virtues of aristocratic families. On the surface, the current Minister of Revenue, Wang Xiongui, is the number 1 disciple of Zhang Julu. However, my Shifu said that Wang Xionggui's vision is not big, far inferior to Zhang Julu's. The Emperor and Yuan Bunshi are probably happy to let Wang Xiongui take over the Zhang faction, but they definitely won't let him become the Grand Secretary. Zhang Julu and Huan Wen are also clear on this point. With Zhang Julu's personality, he's not afraid of being punished after his death. Even if his entire family is executed, he won't be soft-hearted. The emperor's scheming is to get rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. Zhang Julu is afraid that when the time comes, his ruling strategy will be changed by the imperial court. In the beginning, my Shifu allowed Jean Lanting to go to the capital because he knew that this person was not capable of taking on such a big responsibility. He also had the thought of plotting against Zhang Julu. However, now that Yao Baifeng publicly reprimanded Zhang Julu in the Imperial College, I reckon that Zhang Julu is also somewhat vigilant. Perhaps he's already prepared to replace Wang Xiongui, who will be at the helm of the Zhang faction in the future. Sun Yin's departure this time is just right. Of course, Sun Yin's usefulness is far from being that simple. Right now, what Bailiang needs to do is to make Sun Yin's journey to the capital very difficult and bumpy. This is an enormous secret. I plan to bypass Wutangen and let Chu Lushan personally handle it. Su Beiji smiled and said, "Are you afraid that Wutangen doesn't have enough experience, or are you afraid that Second Princess will be too mentally and physically exhausted? Or is it because the peregrine falcon that hit Chu Lushan with a stick last year will reward him with a date to eat during the new year?" Su Beiji suddenly saw that Su Fengyan's expression was cold. Su Beiji's thoughts were very sharp. He was shocked and no longer joked. Su Beiji lamented in his heart, It wasn't easy to deliberately add oil to the fire of the imperial court. Bailiang's own family also couldn't escape one disaster after another. Su Fengnian suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly and said, being His Royal Highness and Lingzhou's general is already so tiring. Tell me, if he were to be the emperor of the world, how much effort would he have to put in? Su Beiji smiled and said, an emperor who knows how to use people is actually not as tiring as you think. Su Fengnian twirled the copper coin between his fingers and dismissed it with a smile. Han Lao's Han almost couldn't take it anymore. He reported softly, Your Highness, we've received news that a pair of master and servant with unknown backgrounds entered the country from Lingzhou's Hanxi County. They declared that they would meet Your Highness, who brought the head of the 5th raccoon back to Liangzhou. Hanxi County sent out 2 groups of more than 400 soldiers, but they couldn't stop them. Your Highness, this is the portrait of that pair of master and servant. Su Fengnian was confused. He took the 2 pieces of paper with the portrait. On the paper were detailed words and deeds. After he finished reading, he passed them to Su Beiji and smiled. This brother is very arrogant. In the middle of winter, he's holding a fan of peach blossoms and beauties. He said that he's going to draw all the rouge on the 20 women on both sides of the book. He's really romantic. Juzi, take a look. His looks are also the kind that can make female heroes fall in love. He's even better than you. Are you jealous? Su Beiji was puzzled and asked, when did such a person appear in Jianghu? What realm is he at? Su Fengnian said casually, he dares to strut around Bailiang so openly. Furthermore, he's pointing his spear at me, Su Fengnian. If he's not at the 1st rank, isn't he courting death? Since he mentioned the 5th raccoon, his tone is extremely arrogant. I reckon that he's referring to the mystic realm. Han Lao's Han asked softly, Your Highness, Su Yanbing isn't in Lingzhou. What if I leave the provincial capital to intercept this person? Su Fengnian smiled coldly and said, You don't have to go. Just see if he has the ability to come to the provincial capital. Once he's here, then see if he has the ability to leave alive. Chapter 942. The banquet ended happily, and the officials stood up to leave. Su Fengnian and the newly appointed provincial governor did not move, so the Lingzhou governor, Song Yan, had no choice but to take up the responsibility of sending off the guests. When he walked around the magnificent screen wall and returned to the main hall of the official residence, he saw His Royal Highness and the provincial governor walking over together. Song Yan quickly went up to greet him. Su Fengnian said with a gentle smile, Song Biejia will probably have to stay here for half a day. Your official residence still needs some time and manpower. Go buy things and clean it up. If it was someone else, it would be fine, but Song Biejia is an important guest that I have invited to the provincial capital. I cannot neglect him at all. I hope that official Song can be more tolerant. Song Yan said in fear and trepidation, Your Highness is thinking too much. This lowly official is not boasting, but it is true that I do not care about these worldly possessions. Your Highness really does not need to worry about the residents. This lowly official is not a clean official. Over the years, I have also accumulated a substantial amount of wealth. Even if every inch of land in Lingzhou City is expensive, I can still afford to buy a residence that I like. I can take this opportunity to spend all the money that I have embezzled. In the future, if this lowly official dares to extort the people's wealth in Lingzhou, I will have to trouble Your Highness to send people to confiscate the residence. Just treat it as contributing to Lingzhou's tax collection. Su Fengnian said with a smile, I cannot say this to others. I can be honest with you, Song Yan. If other officials are corrupt and take bribes, as long as they are caught by me, even if I don't take off their official status and punish them, I will make them spit out whatever they have taken. However, you, Song Yan, can be lenient. As long as you have contributed to Lingzhou, it is not a big deal to take the money and put it in your personal pocket. I'm not the kind of person who can't tolerate sand in my eyes. I'll leave these words here today. In the future, if Su Beiji dares to use this to threaten you, you can complain to me. This prince will definitely support you. Also, the reason why I bought you a mansion is not to buy your heart. I am not that free, and you will not be bought by me so easily. It is just that I have no choice. You should know the reason behind the two disasters in Huangnam County, Qingrongguan and Liantang. If you get close to me, the general of Lingzhou, you will have a high position and a good salary, but there will also be many hidden dangers. So, remember to remind Miss Song that you can go out of the city in the future, but it is best not to be too secretive. I am afraid that the Peregrine Eagle Guard in Lingzhou City will not be able to stop some disasters if they are careless. Of course, generally speaking, Lingzhou City is already very clean. I'm just afraid of what might happen because for many things, as long as there's a what if, then everything will be gone. Song Yin clasped his hands and bowed. His tone was solemn and emotional as he said, "Since your highness loves the Song family so much, I will definitely do my best to assist the provincial governor to help your highness solve your problems and bring benefits to the people of Lingzhou." Su Fengnian nodded his head. When Song Yin raised his head, he asked with a smile, "Miss Song went to meet with her friends next door?" Song Yin was in his own territory, Huangnam County, and could still put on some airs in front of his royal highness. At this moment, he did not have any arrogance and replied respectfully, "Your highness is wise." Su Fengnian had a helpless expression as he joked, Song Bi, you have only been in Lingzhou City for a few hours, and you are already willing to be my servant. Can't you have a bit of the demeanor of a famous scholar?" Song Yin had a natural expression as he smiled leisurely. "If there is a day when provincial governor is promoted again, when I successfully take over, I will definitely have to bow and bend my knees a little more." Su Fengnian gave a gratified smile. "That's right. This is the Lingzhou Bi that I want." Su Beiji also cupped his fists and said, "In the future, I will have to trouble Song Bi." Song Yin quickly returned the greeting, "Of course." After saying their goodbyes, Su Fengnian and Su Beiji continued to stroll around the residence. Su Fengnian said softly, "Right now, the Lingzhou officials are looking at you, Su Zhizi, just like how they looked at me, the Lingzhou general. Maybe you are even more pitiful. After all, I am the legitimate Bailiang, his royal highness. On the other hand, you are an untrustworthy northern barbarian. If it was not for this, I would not have helped you find so many people. Persimmon, Zhizi, we are in the same boat. Luckily, I can leave immediately. If you find it difficult to move forward in Lingzhou, I won't care about you." Su Beiji suddenly said, "Actually, you can just put Sun Yin in the position of provincial governor of Lingzhou." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "Let's not talk about first come, first serve. Just based on our relationship, there is no reason for him to take your position. If you do not take the position of provincial governor of Lingzhou, it is even more impossible for you to take the position of provincial governor of Bailiang. In the future, how can you become the second provincial governor of Bailiang in the fastest speed? Sun Yin's current future is a win-win situation for both of us." Su Beiji said softly, "Have you heard of a saying?" Su Fengnian nodded doubtfully. Su Beiji sighed and said, "The ancients said that extreme wisdom will be hurt, deep love will not live long. In the end, you have both of them." Su Fengnian casually put his arm around Su Beiji's shoulder and laughed heartily. "The ancients also said that good people do not live long, scourges live for thousands of years. What are you afraid of?" Su Beiji smiled. Su Fengnian was surprised and said, "Zhu Zi, this is the first time you have praised me." "No, I have to go to the firecrackers to celebrate." Su Beiji broke free from Su Fengnian's arm and said angrily, "Get lost." His Highness really did run away like a wisp of smoke. After Su Fengnian met Li Gongda on the night of the 4th day of the 1st month, he never went to the study again. He did not allow anyone to enter either. Even Huyan Guanyin, who looked at the impatiens outside the window every day, was not an exception. In front of Su Beiji, Su Fengnian walked out of the study alone. With a serious expression, he pushed open the door. That secret letter was placed on the table, unopened. Su Fengnian's face twisted with pain and malevolence, but then he forcefully smoothed it out. He moved over a chair and sat down, facing the letter. His Royal Highness remained silent. He had agreed with Li Shifeng that he would originally enter the city on the 3rd day of the 1st month, but in the end, it was delayed until the 4th. He wanted Li Gongda to see the secret letter personally written by the imperial court's Zhang Julu. He wanted Li Gongda to feel his conscience and choose to stay in Beilyang after a day of hesitation between the imperial court and Beilyang. Later on, Su Fengnian soft-heartedly said 3 secret letters, one each for Su Xiao, Chu Lushan, and Huang Fucheng. He added the extra word 3 so that Li Gongda, who had secretly hidden a secret letter from Grand Secretary Zhang, could rein in himself before the precipice. However, this Uncle Li, who Beilyang had never treated unfairly, still didn't change his mind. Just like that, he walked out of the general's mansion's main entrance. As for why Li Gongda drew legs on a snake, saying that Li Hanlin had been lured to Beilyang's southern court, creating unexpected complications, Su Fengnian was at first a bit bewildered and confused. However, soon afterwards, the secret letter from the spy at the border explained everything. He, Su Fengnian, schemed against the imperial court, schemed against Zhao Go, schemed against Zhang Julu, Huanwen, but when had the other party ever been soft-hearted and soft-hearted, pushing the boat with the current? Instead, he caught Beilyang unprepared. Even many of the southern court's great spies from Liang surfaced, one of them even becoming a military officer in charge of 3,000 soldiers in the southern court, all for the sake of successfully bringing Li Hanlin to the capital. If not for Su Yanbing urgently rushing to Yuzhou to support Huang Fucheng, Su Fengnian might really have picked up a rock and smashed it on his own foot. Su Fengnian stared blankly at the dust-covered secret letter. Was Beilyang so unpopular? Su Fengnian abruptly stood up, his chair instantly breaking into pieces. He said angrily, "Li Gongda, are you so greedy?" Han Lao's Han, who had heard the commotion, was just about to barge into the study, but he immediately stopped when he heard this question. Su Fengnian laughed darkly in a low voice. Who doesn't want to be the emperor? Who doesn't want to be the emperor? Who doesn't want to be a rank 1 official, second only to one person, and above tens of thousands of people? If not for you, Su Fengnian, seeking trouble for yourself, even if Li Gongda wanted to rebel against Beilyang, he would have to wait until Su Xiao was dead before the golden thread Weaver Li Shifeng dared to make a move. Su Fengnian took a step forward, clutching the secret letter tightly. It was crumpled in his hands. All of a sudden, Su Fengnian's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. The seals of the 2 secret letters were different in weight. This one was clearly the so-called true secret letter. Li Gongda should have handed over the secret letter with the light seal. Su Fengnian rushed out of the study, left the corridor, and rushed toward the administrator's residence. He directly jumped over the towering wall between the 2 large residences. He landed lightly in the Li residence's garden. When they saw the 2 figures in the air, the 2 women were scared out of their wits. Su Fengnian calmly asked, "Where's Uncle Li?" Of the 2 women, Li Fuzhen opened her mouth wide and did not come back to her senses. On the other hand, Song Huangmei, who had been practicing martial arts since she was young, had a look of longing and reverence on her face. She swallowed her saliva and said with a smile, "Your Highness, Sister Li, and I just drank a pot of spring spirit tea with the administrator." He said he was going to the study to read. Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. Then he left in a flash. After Song Huangmei recovered from her shock, she jumped up and grabbed onto Li Fujian's sleeves, saying excitedly, "Look, look, Sister Fujian, I told you His Royal Highness is a top expert, filled with killing intent. He must have killed many people, but you didn't believe me. Now you believe me, right?" With His Highness's mysterious movement technique, one wouldn't be able to use it without being at master realm. I think that the rumor that His Royal Highness personally killed the 5th raccoon of the Bing-carrying mountain is true. Before I get chased out of the general's residence, I have to go and learn from His Highness. Even if I have to serve him tea, I am willing to do so. Compared to Song Huangmei's excitement, Li Fujian lowered her eyes and was dejected. Chapter 943. Hearing the knock on the door, the administrator, who had been flipping through a book from the previous dynasty, raised his head and gently put down the book. He straightened his clothes and said calmly, "Come in." The familiar figure pushed open the door and entered. He said to Li Gongda, "The general of Lingzhou greets the administrator." Li Gongda's expression was complicated. This second-level official, who was known for his skill in flattery, rose and said in a low voice, "His Royal Highness came at the right time, but he came later than Li Gongda expected." The reason he said this is because the matter of the 2 secret letters was indeed secretly planned by His Highness. Bailiang needs this kind of king of Bailiang, so he said he came at the right time. He came late because he was dissatisfied with His Highness' soft-heartedness. After Li Gongda handed over a secret letter, he didn't immediately turn hostile and didn't immediately open the letter. He knew that the secret letter was the real one. This means that His Highness has been hesitant these days. Even if he mistakenly believes that Li Gongda has decided to join the court, he still doesn't want to kill him. His Royal Highness, like, this is more than enough to be the general of Lingzhou or the provincial governor of Lingzhou. If he is merciful, how will he command the 300,000 Bailiang cavalry that are the best in the world? Su Fengnian didn't refute this. Li Gongda smiled and brought out 2 chairs. The 2 of them sat across from each other. The administrator, who was very different from usual, looked at this young face that was becoming more and more angular. He sighed softly and said, "His Highness, you might ask why Li Gongda did this. Since he clearly didn't join the court and wasn't tempted by Zhang Julu, why did he deliberately hide a fake letter?" It's very simple. His Highness carefully planned this time and almost passed off the fake as the real one. He wanted to test Li Gongda, the head of the civil officials in Bailiang. Li Gongda also wanted to know whether it was wise for him to stay in Bailiang. "Your Highness." At this point, Li Gongda stopped talking. Unlike the previous time in the study, this time tears flowed from the bottom of his heart. Li Gongda did not wipe them away and slowly said, "Your Highness has come late, which means that Your Highness is not an ambitious and ruthless person who would kill anyone for your own achievements." Li Gongda felt regret in his heart, but he was even more grateful. "I had entrusted Hanlin to such a king of Bailiang. Even if he really died on the battlefield one day, Li Gongda would grit his teeth and not have half a word of complaint. Li Gongda had been an official for 30 years, but he had never seen anyone who was truly heartless. In the end, they did not suffer from evil retribution. Even if they were honored before their death, it would be a disaster for their descendants. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked. His Highness's methods were sinister, but he did not lose his kindness and mellow heart. He was exactly the same as the general. This was the new King Liang that Li Gongda truly wanted. To be honest, Your Highness might not believe it. It was not that Li Gongda was cunning and saw through Your Highness's plan at a glance. It was because Li Gongda believed that the general's son would not treat the Li family unfairly and would not let Hanlon down. That was why he never thought of going to the court to be some bullshit first-rank official. If I went to the capital, Hanlon would break off all relations with me and my son, and would not recognize me as a father for the rest of my life. His schemes were all for the good of his descendants. His son was gone, and Ligonda was already in his 50s. He had become a powerful official in the court. He would be in his coffin in a few years. What was the use of a posthumous title? Besides, how could being an official in the unfamiliar capital compare to being the administrator of Baelyang? Ligonda had spent his entire life pondering the path of an official and studying the art of climbing up the ranks. As the old saying goes, ginger is destined to be spicier with age. I will not make such a big mistake at this age. Your Highness, don't worry. Ligonda will never mention the secret letter to Hanlon. Your Highness has a clear conscience towards Northern Liang regarding this matter, and you shouldn't create a rift with Han Lin over this matter. Just treat it as Ligonda's sincere request to Your Highness to prevent Han Lin from going down a dead end. Your Highness, when the time comes, Han Lin can only die at the border. If Your Highness has a guilty conscience towards Hanlon alone, Ligonda also asks Your Highness to consider Hanlon and not speak of this matter. Ligonda, who had never knelt before Su Fengnian, slowly knelt down and said in a low voice, "If Your Highness does not agree, Ligonda will resign as the administrator." Su Fengnian handed the secret letter to the administrator and said calmly, "Uncle Li, Su Fengnian promises you one thing. If I have the chance to tell my descendants my last words in the future, I promise that as long as the Su family is prosperous, regardless of whether the descendants of the Li family are loyal to the Su family, even if they commit treason, I will ensure the safety of the Li family. The Su family will not kill anyone." Ligonda's body trembled. He lowered his head and said with a choked voice, "This old official thanks Your Highness for your kindness." At the door, Li Fuzhen saw the scene of his father kneeling and screamed, "Su Fengnian, what are you doing?" Ligonda, who was being helped up by His Royal Highness, shouted, Don't be rude." Su Fengnian smiled. "Uncle Li, I want to apologize to you. From today onwards, Su Beiji will be the provincial governor of Lingzhou." Ligonda wiped his face and chuckled. "This is not a big deal. It's not worth Your Highness to tell me personally. Also, Hanlon has safely returned to Yuzhou." Su Fengnian said this in a low voice and left, brushing past Li Fuzhen. Ligonda, who was overjoyed, carefully hid the secret letter and stared at his daughter. "You don't know the severity of the matter." Li Fuzhen said angrily, "Father, you are the administrator of Baelyang. You kneeled to Uncle Su and flattered him. When did I say anything? But Su Fengnian is just a general of Lingzhou. He is not even the hereditary king of Baelyang, and he wants you to kneel. What right does he have? He calls you Uncle Li, and it sounds nice, but when has he ever treated you as an elder?" Ligonda narrowed his eyes and stared at his daughter. He smiled. What right does he have? Just because His Royal Highness is stirring up trouble in Lingzhou. He has already made me, the administrator, unable to make ends meet and flustered. Just because he dared to take down Zhong Hanwu in the Baelyang army and not pick on a soft persimmon to become a laughingstock, just because he has lived until today. Ligonda saw that his daughter's face was covered in tears and his heart ached. He lowered his voice and walked in front of her to help her wipe her tears. Li Fuzhen turned her head to avoid him. The administrator sighed. "How could I not know? He never treated me as an elder in the past. Besides, I also never treated him as His Royal Highness. However, it will be different in the future. Don't be angry with your father. The stupidest thing a woman can do in the world is to be angry." Ligonda seemed to feel that his words were too harsh and laughed softly. Today is a double blessing for the Li family. It is even happier than when I became the administrator. Want to have a drink with me? Li Fujian was silent. The old fox Li Gongda said, casually, I recently found out about the details of His Highness going to Beimang. Sigh, it is a pity that Child Hanlin is not here. I have no one to talk to. Zhen, why don't you listen to me? Otherwise, it would be boring for me to drink alone. Li Fujian made a sound of acknowledgement. Sergio returned home. When he got off the carriage, his face was still glowing. Zhou Jianshu's son, whose white hoof shadow had been slapped to death by His Royal Highness, Zhou Congwen, was afraid that something bad had happened to his father in the general's manor. He waited at the door for an hour. When he saw his father's happy face, his heart that was in his throat finally relaxed. He was about to ask when Zhou Jianshu smiled and said, Let's go back to the manor and talk. After the father and son sat down, they waved their hands to disperse a few beautiful servants who were good at serving them. Zhou Jianshu tugged at the collar of his official robe. Zhou Congwen hurriedly asked, Father, what did that person say after entering the manor? Will our Zhou family be hated? Chapter 944. Zhou Jianshu frowned. But since it was just the two of them talking in secret, he was too lazy to argue with his son about how His Royal Highness was addressed. He said slowly, Why are you so impatient? What did I tell you in the past? Only by smiling and talking calmly can you achieve big things and become an official. I won't keep you in suspense. The Lingzhou General's manor has no intention of pursuing the matter of Wunquan Street. His Highness has a big plan and doesn't have the time to fight with these soldiers who don't know what's good for them. During the banquet, His Highness pushed out Huangnam County's Song Yan and Longqing County's Su Beiji to become the Lingzhou provincial governor and Lingzhou provincial governor. This is a good thing and a bad thing. Let me test you. Tell me what is good and bad about it. Zhou Congwen, who was not unfamiliar with the conflicts in the officialdom, began to think carefully. After a long silence, he said, The good thing is that Father is one of the first officials to enter the General's official residence. The new provincial governor and His Excellency are not looking at the monk's face, but at the Buddha's face. If they want to take control of Father's position in Lingzhou, they have to consider His Highness' eyes. The bad thing was that His Highness did not settle the score with Dong Yueqi and that group of old men. Then, their positions were temporarily stable. The connections that Father had built up in the Lingzhou military. According to Father's instructions, most of the captains had been hiding like turtles. It seemed like they did not have a chance to take advantage of the situation to rise up. I'm afraid that I will have to make up for it to appease them. At the very least, it will be a few hundred to 1,000 taels of silver. We have received quite a lot of gifts this new year, but we have already given out 70 to 80% of it. With that, our family has no income at all. Ever since I became an official, this is the first time that I haven't earned any money. Zhou Jianshu twirled his beard and smiled. Not bad, not bad. I have never cared about money. As long as I continue to be an official, I will get what I need. A lot of idiots, even if their family background isn't thin, once they see shining silver, it's like a hungry man seeing a beautiful woman. If they eat too badly, it's tantamount to neglecting the essentials and chasing after the trifles. They won't go far in the officialdom. Zhou Congwen mocked angrily. That Dong Yueqi and the other two are really funny. That person just said one sentence, and one knelt, one cried, and one was beaten. This bunch of uneducated general seeds don't think they are embarrassing. However, at least they know how to act according to the wind, but they are too stiff. They are not as simple as you are, Father. Lord Zhou, who was flattered by his son, smiled even more brightly. The corner of his mouth curled up. These people rely on the military merits they have accumulated to be arrogant. Don't look at how I am friendly with them in the past. In fact, I don't think I have any respect for them. Let's not talk about others. Just that military officer, Huang Zhong. Until today, I only know the 10 words in his name. Can this old man manage Lingzhou's political affairs? Well, he has 4 sons and a bunch of grandsons, but none of them are promising. They bully men and women and do all kinds of evil. Most importantly, it is fine if they do bad things, but they do it so openly. Aren't they stretching their necks and begging the Su family to chop off their heads? Luckily, His Highness still remembers their old relationship and is too lazy to bother about it. If it was any other master, they would have already chopped off their heads and made them into candied haws to show their might. Zhou Kongwen sneered. This Lingzhou general is too soft-hearted. If it was me, I would have already killed the chicken to warn the monkey in Lingzhou. I would have killed a few hundred people from his family. Anyway, they are all people who deserve to die. When that time comes, the entire city will be frightened and no one will be convinced. I can also make a good name for myself among the ignorant people. Zhou Jianshu laughed heartily before retracting his smile. He said solemnly, during this period of time, don't show your face outside the manor. His Highness is about to leave Lingzhou. When you meet up with those family members, remember, you are only allowed to say good things about His Highness. If anyone refutes you, you will fall out with them on the spot. Zhou Kongwen hesitated for a moment, then said with a smile, I'll listen to you, Father. Those generals who call me brothers might still be useful in the past, but in the future, they won't be worth much. Sooner or later, I'll fall out with them. Zhou Jianshu's face was filled with gratification. Dong Manor. Dong Yuechi, who had lost all face on Wunquan Street, closed the door and refused to see any guests. Dong Zhen watched as her father, who could talk and laugh in front of General Zhong, became depressed. He put on his clothes and no longer exposed his chest and back. However, he continued to stare blankly at the Yuechi military officer's armor. Dong Zhen tried to persuade her father to eat a few times, but he did not listen. She could only heat up the food again and again. Dong Zhen, who was originally a little stubborn and did not want to admit her mistakes, cried as she knelt at her father's feet. Dong Hongqiu sighed heavily and reached out his right hand that was covered in calluses and scars. Back then, even when he slept, he had to hug the Bailiang blade with both hands to sleep peacefully. Dong Hongqiu rubbed his daughter's head and said softly, Do you think that 600 old soldiers sent His Royal Highness out of Bailiang and into the capital because I was blind? I just did not want to admit it. Do you think that I would not believe the rumors that His Royal Highness went to Beimang alone? I just did not want to believe it. Not only Lingzhou, but the entire Bailiang is the same with all the old generals and officials like me. However, when I knelt today, I was still not kneeling to the young prince. I was kneeling to the general and to the Bailiang soldiers who died in battle. If I did not take off my armor today, even I would have forgotten how many scars and arrow wounds I have. Do you still remember what I told you in the past? The reason why I joined the army and risked my life to fight with my life on the line was not because I had nothing better to do. Father's ancestors were all officials, and their ranks were not low. Your great-grandfather was a deputy imperial censor of Northern Han, and your grandfather was a county magistrate. They were all upright officials with a good reputation. Afterwards, your entire family was killed by bandits who took advantage of the turmoil in the country. Their eyes were red from the killing, and they killed every official they saw. They did not care if the official was good or bad, as if they were good people as long as they killed the official. When I first joined the army, I only felt that there was hope in joining the Su family's army, with its strict military laws and strict rewards and punishments. By killing more bandits who willfully slaughtered the innocent, not only would I be able to take revenge, I might even be able to restore the Dong family's name to the annals of history. Perhaps there are some things that I have never told you. In the past, I felt that there was no need. As a girl, even the general said that children should be raised in poverty and daughters should be raised in wealth. Since you have an official as a father, you should be born to enjoy a life of prosperity. Father will not nag at you about those things. Only after today's unforeseen event did I realize that I was wrong. When I was young, the family rules were still in place. When I was young, I knew to look down on those children of influential families who used their power to bully others. Why is it that in the blink of an eye, my own daughter has become someone that I dislike? Do you remember Mengya, who grew up in our family? She is your Uncle Meng's orphan. Originally, they were betrothed when we were little. However, you were unwilling no matter what, disliking that he did not have a scholarly rank or a family background. Even if I had to betray you, I would accept it for you. Back then, if it wasn't for your Uncle Meng blocking the stab in the back for me at the Western Shu Chunshan Pass, it would have been you living under someone else's roof for 20 years. I'm not saying this to persuade you to marry Mengya. I just want to tell you that before Uncle Meng, who was born in the marketplace, died, he often told me that if he became an official in the future, he had to be a good official who would not bully the commoners. Whoever dared to commit crimes in his territory, he would kill them all on sight. If the general did not agree, he would even dare to scold the general. Once he was bragging with father and his old subordinates and was caught red-handed by the general who was patrolling the military camp. At that time, your Uncle Meng was still a junior military officer. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Guess what? Not only did the general not teach this junior military officer, who had a big mouth and a heart higher than the sky, a lesson, he even squatted down to chat with us about daily life. He said that when your Uncle Meng became an official in the future, he would definitely be a good official. The general even said that he could not bear to scold him. Tell me, how did your father become someone who would definitely be the first bastard he would kill as long as your Uncle Meng was alive? Dongzhan, who was used to being arrogant and unruly in Lingzhou, could only cry. It was as if the sky had collapsed as she sobbed uncontrollably. Dong Hongqiu walked in front of the old and mottled armor. His gaze was desolate as he said in a low voice, don't cry. Father will bring you to that cenotaph. Give Uncle Meng a few toasts of wine. If father remembers correctly, after you were 11 years old, you never went there again. All these years, you looked down on Mengya. How did he look up to you? Chapter 945. When Su Fengnian returned to the mansion, he did not climb over the wall again. This greatly disappointed Song Huangmei, who had been waiting at the foot of the wall. It was very late when she learned from the steward that His Royal Highness walked out of the mansion step by step. Miss Song exclaimed and ran out of the Li mansion. The steward saw this and muttered to himself, "This Miss Song was too rash." Compared to the quiet and virtuous miss of the Li mansion, she was thousands of miles away. The steward then began to daydream. Everyone in Bailiang knew that Master Hanlin and His Royal Highness were brothers who grew up together. If Miss Song could become the consort of the King of Bailiang in the future, in addition to the fact that Master was already the administrator, then the Li family would be worthy of the title of the most powerful family in Bailiang. The old steward shook his head. Alas, it was a pity that Miss Song was fooling around with that Guidahan disciple. A peony flower stuck in cow dung. Su Fengnian lay on the bench in the pavilion and looked up at the starry sky. He turned a blind eye to the girl who had sneaked into the pavilion. The girl was really a hard-working heroine. She was able to control her temper. She gritted her teeth and endured the cold for an hour without making a sound. Su Fengnian sat up and asked with a smile, "Miss Song, do you need something from me?" Song Huangmei, who had shrunk to the side of the pavilion to avoid the cold, jumped in fright. Her face, which was not too beautiful, turned red. She lowered her head and clutched the corner of her clothes. She no longer had the heroine demeanor that she had when she blocked him with her sword at the governor's mansion in Huangnam County. Su Fengnian did not want to embarrass her. He took the initiative to ask, "How many years have you practiced the sword? Do you want me to teach you a few easy sword moves?" After Su Fengnian asked the question, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. The girl stared at him in a daze and muttered to herself. She seemed to be saying that His Royal Highness's eyes were better than someone else's, but she still only liked that guy. Su Fengnian coughed heavily. Song Huangmei sat down on the other side of the bench and hugged her shoulders with both hands to ward off the cold. She quickly regained her original straightforward personality and laughed. "Your Highness, I know you are an expert and a good person. I have someone I like. He is an outer disciple of a gang in Huangnam County. His name is Do Yangguan. His biggest wish in life is to wear a Bailiang saber and marry me. But my father does not seem to like him very much. How about your Highness be merciful and casually give that Do Yangguan a saber? My father will definitely not object." Su Fengnian knew that this girl definitely did not know that Lotus Pond was almost completely wiped out from Lingzhou's Jianghu. However, the spy report did mention that a young man named Do Yangguan had escaped. He was the lover of Song Yan's daughter, Song Huangmei. Not only that, all 18 generations of Do Yangguan's ancestors had been thoroughly investigated. Su Fengnian had given instructions at the time for the Eagle Guard to give up on this person. An outer disciple who had just entered Lotus Pond for a few days could be killed or not. Since he had this relationship with the Song family, he could just treat it as a gift for Governor Song when he became a Lingzhou official. As for whether that young man would bear a grudge against Bailiang after escaping this disaster, and whether he would be determined to take revenge for his sect, Su Fengnian did not care. In the entire Liang Jianghu, there were not many people like that young master who waved a folding fan who had the ability to kill his way to Su Fengnian's eyes. There were even more people who died without even seeing His Royal Highness once. If that person was able to rise above the rest and make Su Fengnian see his name in the spy report again, to the extent where Su Fengnian didn't even mind letting him know about Liantang Zhang's identity as a Northern Mang spy, and then sending him to the border to sharpen himself. Since he wanted to touch a blade after he entered the army, he would be able to touch it until he wanted to vomit. However, people's hearts were hard to predict. Only heaven knew which path this Do kid would choose to take. As for whether or not Do Yangguan and Song Huangmei could be married, that was even less of a concern to Su Fengnian. Even if he did not want to, he could not. In the current Bailiang, His Royal Highness's time was perhaps the most valuable. Su Fengnian collected his thoughts and smiled. Private individuals are not allowed to wear Bailiang knives. Besides, with your father's eyesight, how could he not see the authenticity of Do Yangguan's knife? Chapter 946. Song Huangmei had a happy-go-lucky personality. Hearing His Royal Highness say this, she only had an expression of understanding. She made an "oh" sound and did not insist. In reality, if it were a normal, slightly unscrupulous woman, if she had the chance to be alone with His Royal Highness, she would do everything in her power to make herself gorgeously dressed. If she caught His Royal Highness, she would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. Otherwise, she would use her identity as a woman to pester His Royal Highness for some promises. This was probably the reason why Su Fengnian was willing to casually chat with her. Song Huangmei did not disturb His Royal Highness, but she also did not leave. She sat on the bench and lazily leaned against the pillar, looking up at the starry sky. Su Fengnian was experienced and knew that this girl most likely missed the disciple of the Jianghu with the surname Dou. He lay down again and closed his eyes to rest. In his mind, he carefully calculated the ending of Lingzhou. The officialdom of Lingzhou, which was originally far more complicated than Yu and Liang, was believed that with Su Beiji's ability, even if there were still some restrictions, he would be able to barely open up the situation. It was about time for him to leave. He could not always wear the official hat of Lingzhou's general and occupy this place. However, if he really wanted to leave, he had to first take care of that young ace who dared to intrude. Su Fengnian, who had closed his ears, sensed that after Song Huangmei stood up, she tiptoed away. He smiled gently and waited for her to walk far away. He snapped his fingers and said to the death soldier who had quietly appeared, "Tell Lingzhou's Yusun to do something and polish Dou Yangguan. If this person is too unyielding, remove some of his edges and corners. If his will is already depressed, let him meet a noble person. Don't let him lose his spirit early." The death soldier was about to leave when he suddenly heard His Royal Highness ask with a smile, "How about I go and meet that peach blossom fan myself?" In the chaotic times of the spring and autumn period, many people fled far away to avoid disaster. In order to settle down, they did not hesitate to change their names. As a result, when the court set up a list of the names of the people under heaven, they knew that there were many new names that were unclear. However, there were not many people like His Royal Highness who did not even have a name. This man who seemed to have no past and no future, as always, did not say a single word. Su Fengnian waved his hand, and the death soldier disappeared in a flash. Su Fengnian, who still did not feel sleepy, strolled along the small path, counting the lanterns along the way. He guessed that after Li Shifeng stepped down, the court would agree to let Wang Lufting take over the position of Golden Thread Weaving Bureau. Because once this opening was opened, the Duke of Huainan, Zhao Ying, King of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, and the powerful King of Yanqi and the arrogant King of Guangling would probably be willing to borrow the east wind of Beiliang to pull out this thorn in the flesh. Thinking of this, Su Fengnian smiled and said, "What thorn in the flesh? It's more like a thorn in the flesh." Walking to the north side of the official residence near the lake, he was surprised to find that Song Yan, who had just become the king of Lingzhou, was sitting on a rock by the lake. It was a large object that had been moved from the lake of the spring deity to the Beiliang Road. The cultured and famous people in Liang favored the huge rocks that were pulled out from the lake of the spring deity. Furthermore, even the most ordinary of rocks weighed a few thousand pounds. To be moved hundreds or thousands of li, even if it was not expensive, it would still be expensive. Song Yan's attitude was relaxed. One leg was straight, the other bent, and he drank mouthful after mouthful of Jian Nanchun, which was said to be able to burn through the intestines and lungs. When Su Fengnian walked to the huge rock, Sir Song finally came back to his senses. When he wanted to stand up and greet him, His Royal Highness had already sat down cross-legged. It was not appropriate for him to stand up. Song Yan roughly understood the temperament of the Lingzhou general beside him. He did not bother to make a scene. He shook the yellow clay wine jar and only smiled and said, "Your Highness, it's bottomed out." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "What bottomed out?" "There are clearly 2 mouthfuls of wine left. If you can't bear to part with it, just say so." Song Yan was also honest. He laughed and said, "I really can't bear to part with it. This jar of wine has been buried underground for 7 or 8 years. At that time, 3 jars were placed underground. After Lord Li became the administrator, he drank 1 jar. This time, when he came to Lingzhou, he knew that he was going to be promoted and get rich. Plus, he had to leave Huangnan County, so he wanted to bring the remaining 2 jars here and give 1 to your Highness despite the pain. Unexpectedly, When I went to the backyard to take a look, there was only the jar in my hand left. After thinking about it, I knew that my daughter, who sided with an outsider, stole it and gave it to someone else. This made me so worried that I had a few more strands of white hair. Your Highness, please don't blame me. Su Fengnian joked. The reason has been taken by Sir Song. What else can I say? Song Yen sighed with emotion. Your Highness hasn't had it easy these past few years. Su Fengnian was silent for a moment. He waited for Song Biejia to raise his head and drink a big mouthful of wine before he laughed softly. You might not believe it, but I went to Beimang to meet the king of the northern courtyard, Zhao Huainan. I also went to the capital to meet the emperor. There were many twists and turns in between these two trips. However, the one time I felt the most wronged was the first time I left home in a sorry state. In Hezhou, I met a son of a rich family who was carrying a Beiliang saber that he had bought privately. That fellow knocked a big bump on my head. If I was in Beiliang back then, this kind of trash would have been bitten to death by dogs. It was also at that time that I realized that there was a world of difference between having Su Xiao as a father and not having a father like him by my side. Later on, I also suffered some losses. However, it was probably because I was used to being treated like a rat on the street, so it was no longer difficult for me to get over it. At that time, I found some fugitives to be my training dummies. The horse bandit leader slashed my body with his saber. The pain was so excruciating that I almost rolled on the ground. At that time, I did not have the courage to lower my head to look at the wound. When I uncovered the scar, I told myself not to practice the saber anymore. Fortunately, I clenched my teeth and persevered. Since then, I have never been able to forget it. Even though my life has been hanging by a thread many times over the past few years, which was indeed a torment of hovering between life and death, I still feel that it is not as memorable as that stab. Song Yen was startled. He raised his hand and lifted the wine jar. He sighed and said, "This lowly official has never been afraid of the intrigues of the officialdom. However, if someone put a saber on his neck and really had to watch himself bleed, he would most likely not care about the integrity of a scholar." The phrase, "without the strength to truss a chicken," refers to scholars like Song Yen. Su Fengnian joked, "No man can be without the strength to truss a chicken. Some brothel girls are even better at trussing chickens." Song Yen spat out a mouthful of wine. He lowered his head and looked at his crotch. He laughed until tears came out. He did not care about wasting the last bottle of Jian Nanchunyan. After laughing, Song Yen turned his head to look at His Royal Highness. "Life is not as you wish. It is a bitter thing." Su Fengnian looked at the lake and smiled indifferently. "In the end, I can still talk with people. It is a fortunate thing." Song Yen was silent. Su Fengnian said, "Song Yen, go and bury 3 more jars of wine. In 7 or 8 years, if both of us are alive, you will give me a jar. I will also give you a border official who is not inferior to the administrator." Chapter 947. His Royal Highness, who had just stabilized his position as Lingzhou's general, left. The entire city was in an uproar. This made the provincial officials whose ranks were lower than Zhou Fulu's stand outside the general's residence and look at each other. They were extremely vexed. These officials really had a stomach full of bitterness of not being able to find a temple to worship Bodhisattva. Fortunately, there was still a Lingzhou provincial governor and a guest temporarily living in the general's residence. It was a pity that the new provincial governor, Su Beiji, had put on airs in broad daylight and refused to see any guests. Only a few scattered officials who had waited bitterly until dusk refused to give up. They were told by the residence's head steward, Sun Fulu, that they could enter the residence for a chat. This made these people excited, like they had been injected with chicken blood. They all felt that the ancient saying, "Where there is sincerity, metal and stone will open," was true. However, there was only one congratulatory gift in their hands. Once the master of the general's residence left, even though the provincial governor's rank was a full rank lower, he was a local snake. They really did not dare to slight him. Fortunately, the young provincial governor was understanding and waited outside the hall with the guest, Song Yen for everyone, giving them enough face. The congratulatory gift was naturally given to His Royal Highness, who had already left the provincial capital. That provincial governor Su was truly worthy of being His Royal Highness's most trusted aide. He joked that when he had a provincial governor's residence, he would ask for a gift from everyone and would not be lenient. Everyone looked at the calm and reserved Su Beiji and felt like they had eaten a large calming pill. As long as this person did not use His Royal Highness power to start a massacre in Lingzhou and followed the rules to become an official, then everything would be fine. Right now, no one dared to cause trouble. Since everyone had accepted their fate and submitted to His Royal Highness, then they had a way out. They did not need to worry about being the first to be cut. They could go help the new master of Lingzhou pass firewood and make the flames burn a little higher. They saw that provincial governor Su and Song Biejia did not seem to be united on the surface, but divided at heart. They spoke many times and seemed to have a tacit understanding. This made everyone feel fear. Even though they did not know what Administrator Li Gongda's plans were, as long as these two worked together for a period of time, even if they were newlyweds, they would still be separated. However, if Sir Li wanted to stir up trouble at this juncture, the general's residence would at least be able to put up a fight at the very least. They would not be completely helpless. As for the situation in Lingzhou, that was a matter for the future. The group of 5th, 6th, and 7th rank officials would just deal with it as they saw it. After sending off this group of guests, Song Yen raised his head to look at the sky. He smiled and said, "Provincial governor, looking at the situation, it is going to snow again. Let's drink a little wine and wait for the snow together?" Su Beiji shook his head and said with a smile, "I just handed over the matters in Lingzhou to the neighboring side. It is a mess, and there is not enough manpower in the residence. I am someone who cannot sit still, so I will not drink wine and admire the snow with Sir Song. If there is really a day when we are free, we will make up for it together. At that time, Sir Song will not be able to escape even if you want to." Song Yen smiled and nodded. Looking at Provincial Governor Su Beiji's lonely back, he thought to himself, is Su Beiji going to be like Zhao Yuling in the Liang Temple, a lonely official who is favored by both civil and military officials? Su Fengnian left the capital of Lingzhou and had already arrived in Green Snake County. He did not travel in secret this time. Instead, he brought along 600 Lingzhou elites. The number of captains with real power in Lingzhou could be counted on one hand. For example, the Yu cavalry captain Dong Hongqiu was Zhong Hongwu's trusted aide, so it was not easy for him to move around. However, in such a large granary of Beiliang, it was impossible for Zhong Hongwu to cover the sky with one hand. The wooden man beside Su Fengnian was named Huang Xiaokuai. After his father died, he made an exception and inherited the position of captains with real power. It was a rare title, Pearl Captain. It originated from the war during the spring and autumn period. After Huang Xiaokuai's father broke through the city, he strung up thousands of heads with ropes and hung them all over the city walls like bloody pearl curtains. This was to welcome the enemy's reinforcements and to show the enemy that he was willing to fight to the death. Later on, he even performed meritorious service in defending the city. He was promised by Su Shao that no matter what rank he was, as long as he was an officer under the Su family's iron cavalry, his descendants would be able to inherit his meritorious service. As expected, Huang Xiaokuai successfully took over the position of Pearl Captain 2 years ago. However, he was always pushed aside and isolated in Lingzhou. He was the weakest of the captains with real power. After Su Fengnian chatted with Huang Xiaokuai for a while, he knew that there was a reason why Huang Xiaokuai was not popular in Lingzhou. Huang Xiaokuai was too stubborn and did not know how to adapt. Even when he saw him, a person who had resigned from the position of Lingzhou general and was still a member of His Royal Highness, Huang Xiaokuai was still the same. Compared to Wang Ji, who was also a descendant of meritorious service, the difference was like heaven and earth. However, Huang Xiaokuai did not know how to curry favor and only knew how to manage the army. This made Su Fengnian admire him from the bottom of his heart. In Lingzhou, he had seen many slippery and two-faced officials. When he saw Huang Xiaokuai, it was as if he had tasted table after table of greasy delicacies and suddenly brought a bowl of refreshing white porridge. The 600 cavalrymen galloped east on the relay road. During this time, there were constantly spies and scouts reporting back with military intelligence. Even Huang Xiaokuai, who was a rigid military officer who did not know how to climb up the ranks of the bureaucracy, was surprised. It turned out that not only were the 600 cavalrymen under his command rushing to the border between Green Snake County and Eastern Wind County to await orders, there were also a few troops from other counties who had heard the news. It seemed like they were going to spread a net to surround the master and servant pair. Using several thousand troops to deal with two people, wasn't His Highness a little too much? However, Huang Xiaokuai did not dare to comment on this. He originally thought that it would be difficult for His Highness to do anything alone in Lingzhou. Who would have thought that with one palm, the entire bureaucracy of Lingzhou was lying on the ground, not daring to even breathe loudly? Huang Xiaokuai, who had never had much talent in the bureaucracy, admired him even more. Behind Su Fengnian was the Lingzhou deputy General Han Lao's Han. In the cavalry, there was a carriage. Huyan Guanyin had already been sent to the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang. Only Pei Nanwei, who was still wandering around, was left. From time to time, she would lift up the curtain and look at the person galloping forward. Pei Nanwei's eyes were gloomy. If this was 3 years ago, when the crown prince of Beiliang made such a big fuss in Lingzhou, in the eyes of the old foxes in the bureaucracy, it was like a child playing house. It was a childish act that would invite ridicule. But now, not many people dared to have such an arrogant attitude. Most of them secretly felt that this future king of Beiliang, even if he could not compare to Minister Chen, who would probably leave the capital in the future to become a vassal of Western Shu, the difference was not too far off. Chapter 948. Su Fengnian stopped his horse at the intersection between the north and south of the post road. Soon, an extremely majestic green horse appeared. This rider clearly came alone, but it still gave people the illusion that the horse's hooves were like thunder. In Huang Xiaokuai's field of vision, Su Fengnian gently squeezed the horse's belly and slowly moved forward. Huang Xiaokuai was speechless. The burly man with a spear in one hand did not wear an official's uniform or armor. It could be seen that His Royal Highness had an illustrious status. He also did not dismount from his horse. Huang Xiaokuai was impressed by the bearing of a martial arts grandmaster and a general on the battlefield. Su Fengnian calmly said, "Uncle Su, you've worked hard." Su Yanbing, who went to the border of Yuzhou to kill his way back and forth, smiled gently. Beimang's Hong Jingyan endured and did not make a move. Otherwise, it would have been delayed for a few more days. Su Fengnian turned his horse around and rode side by side with this great grandmaster of Beiliang, who was capable of conquering the Jianghu after the old god of swords Li Chungang. He could not help but ask, curiously, "Uncle Su, if you really want to fight with the world's top 10 Hong Jingyan, what are your chances of winning?" Su Yanbing hesitated for a moment, then said indifferently, "Within 5 years, he'll die while I live. After all, I still have the advantage of a realm." It's hard to say what will happen in the future. That person is known as Beimang's Little Tuoba, along with the southern dynasty's Dongzhua. He has extraordinary talent. When he approaches the realm of Earth immortals, we can only perish together. Su Fengnian nodded. Dongzhua's Little Tuoba was referring to this fatty's military talent. After the death of the fifth raccoon, Hong Jingyan had seized the opportunity to take over the Ruran cavalry. After the world's greatest demon, the white-robed Luo Yang, left Beimang, he was already fully deserving of the title of the second strongest martial artist in Beimang. It was said that after Tuoba Chunsun entered the first rank, he was arrogant. The first person he provoked was this Ruran lord. He lost miserably, but the more he was defeated, the braver he became. With a public 3-year agreement, he announced that he, Tuoba Chunsun, would break through one realm every 3 years. For every breakthrough, he would fight with Hong Jingyan, causing the Beimang court to look at him in a different light. The Jianghu was just this cruel. Anyone could be reduced to a stepping stone for the next legendary figure. Other than the old monster Wang Xianji, who could compete with Lu Zhu 500 years ago, there was no one who was truly invincible. The beauty of the Jianghu was precisely this kind of cruelty and ruthlessness. It was just that if one wanted to become famous in one fell swoop, practicing the sword was comparatively more difficult. Putting aside the fact that Dong Tai was too immortal and there was no news of him, there were still many grandmasters of the way of the sword who overlooked the world's forest of swords. They were slightly better at practicing the blade. Only Gu Jiantang was a threshold that could not be bypassed. If one did not defeat them, it would be very difficult to claim that one's swordsmanship and blade techniques were the best in the world. The travel-worn Su Yanbing blended into the cavalry and asked in a low voice, "Your Highness, have you investigated the background of the master and servant pair of Ruoyang?" Su Fengnian shook his head and smiled. "They are characters who came out of nowhere. We have never heard of them before. Not only did our Beiliang's spies not know what to do, maybe Liang Xiaogo will also be accused of negligence. Actually, Liang Jianghu shouldn't have been so lonely these years. It was just that many grandmasters who had hopes of reaching first grade were killed by Han Jiaoxi in secret. Some wandering immortals who pursued freedom, even if they reached first grade and stood aloof from worldly affairs, still couldn't escape from Han Jiaoxi's bloody cat claws. Basically, every time they secretly left the capital under the emperor's orders, they would bring back 1 or 2 bloody heads. I really can't think of anyone who could escape the eyes of the imperial court and Xiaogo and suddenly appear as a first-grade expert. Not to mention those second-grade sects in the Jianghu. Even Dragon, Tiger Mountain, Wu Family, and Sword Tomb aren't all first-grade experts. It is already hard to reach second-grade Grandmaster, not to mention rare first-grade experts. Those who follow the rules won't be able to become top figures. Those who don't follow the rules have all died under Han Jiaoxi's hands. Who knows who that fellow is? He really doesn't care about his life. Su Yanbing asked, "Do you need me to deal with that person?" Su Fengnian still shook his head. "There is no rush. If the Lingzhou Iron Cavalry are all embroidered pillows that can't withstand a single blow, then I'll let Uncle Su clean up the mess." Su Yanbing frowned. Since he is a first-grade expert, even if he is at the lowest Vajra realm, then even if he can't kill 700 to 800 cavalry in one breath, it won't be hard for him to escape. Unless that person lands on a vast plain where it is easy for cavalry to charge and is surrounded by many cavalry troops, and we don't give him a chance to rest. Otherwise, it will be hard for him to escape. Back then, when the Shu Sword Emperor guarded the country gates, he had no choice but to die. That was why he was crushed to death by our Beiliang cavalry. If this person is at the Xian Finger realm, with one or two types of celestial phenomenon comprehension that qi cultivators are proficient in, it will undoubtedly be harder to capture him. When the Bailiang army stepped into the Jianghu and dealt with the sects of the Jianghu, those who died were the Jianghu people who were unwilling to give up their roots and leave their homes. In order to deal with the fish that escaped the net, they could only use the Jianghu people to capture and kill them. In the words of the general, it was killing the Jianghu people with the Jianghu people. Your Highness mobilizing the troops like this. Is it because you want to train the troops in Lingzhou? Su Fengnian nodded and said, since it's a game of cat and mouse, it doesn't matter if the mouse is too fat and the cat is too weak. In any case, there are many kittens that are being forced to work hard, and there are also many falcons that are hovering above our heads. There will always be a time when the mouse will slack off. This young master wants to close the door and slowly exhaust it to death. First, we will block it layer by layer so that it can't move forward quickly. If it wants to kill, it has to be aware that it will be surrounded by a large number of soldiers. Lingzhou has mobilized a large number of scouts from the army to work with the old falcons and the new eagle guard. It is just to stop this first-grade mouse. If they can't even do this well, then so be it if they die. The senior commandant standing behind them will also be reprimanded by me. In this training, no matter if that pair of master and servant are numb to killing people, there will definitely be deaths. The Lingzhou officialdom did not kill anyone, and I am also holding back my anger. This is to prevent the soldiers of the Yu and Liang provinces from thinking that I only know how to talk and not use my blade. Su Yanbing smiled. Your Highness, it is best that you take away my Lingzhou deputy general position. Just hearing about your Highness's complicated officialdom is giving me a headache. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, Uncle Su, can you tell me about the first grade 4 realms? Su Yanbing smiled. Just talking is useless. Your Highness needs to be able to take a beating. Su Fengnian's eyes lit up. Then I won't ride a horse and will run with Uncle Su to the border between Green Snake County and Dongfeng County. Su Yanbing did not express his opinion. The normal spear in his hand swept across. Su Fengnian, who had hurriedly reacted, slapped the spear with both hands. As a result, he was knocked off his horse, and his body floated several dozen feet away. Su Yanbing leapt high into the air. At the same time, he raised his arm and threw out a spear. The spear was forceful, as if it could split the heaven and earth. However, this martial artist was faster than the spear and arrived in front of His Highness, who was in a sorry state. He stepped on His Highness' left arm, and His Highness slid down once again. Coincidentally, the tip of the spear was pointed at him. The Bailiang blade at his waist came out of its scabbard and blocked the might of the spear. Su Yanbing, who was holding the spear, shook his wrist, and the spear blossomed. Su Fengnian was so miserable that he could only retreat again and again. It could be said that he was surrounded by danger. Huang Xiaokuai was so frightened that his face turned pale. He thought that this fellow was an assassin. Just as he was about to mobilize the troops to save His Royal Highness, Han Laozhan, who was sitting steadily on the horse, said calmly, "It's fine. Give the order to continue forward." Chapter 949. The 600 riders had already passed through half of Green Snake County, but the Pearl Commandant, Huang Xiaokuai, still had not seen His Royal Highness. He was a bit impatient. If something happened to His Royal Highness, he was just a small commandant of Lingzhou. Even if he went to see the general, he would not be able to compensate for this crime. However, with Lingzhou's deputy general, Han Laozhan, comforting him, Huang Xiaokuai could only suppress his annoyance. After all, General Han had the special honor of being the general's personal retainer for more than a decade. He knew everything about the prince's manor in Mount Qingliang. This made Huang Xiaokuai feel a bit more at ease. Bailiang did not lack generals and warriors like Dong Yuechi, who had enjoyed glory and wealth for many years and lost their nature. However, there were also many honest people, like Huang Xiaoguai, who were deeply grateful and conscientious. The end of the Spring and Autumn War had only been a generation ago. This large manor in Bailiang had the Beimang barbarians eyeing it covetously from the north. Many people still remembered the bloody smell of war on themselves or their parents. Outside a wine shop, the wind and snow were howling. Large snowflakes rustled down like goose feathers. Two men, who were a generation younger than each other, sat opposite each other. They ordered 2 pots of extremely hard to drink, but very good at warming their stomachs. They each drank slowly. There were very few customers in the wine shop. A long spear without tassels was placed on the table. This made the wine shop's shopkeeper's desire to ask for a sky-high price somewhat dwindle. The heroes of Jianghu, who could openly carry weapons on the northern Liang path, were not simple. The owner covered his hand and couldn't help but take a few more glances at the shabbily dressed young master. He didn't look like a poor person. Why would he go out in such a shabby outfit in the bitter cold? Was he not afraid of freezing to death on the streets? This unreasonable god was a pitiful person who couldn't make it through the winter and spring socializing every year. Su Fengnian, who had been beaten up miserably along the way, drank a mouthful of strong wine. His entire body felt relaxed. Su Yanbing slowly said, 100 rivers flow into the sea, 10,000 streams return to their origin. Practicing the sword, the blade, and the spear, in the end, is all about forging the body, spirit, and will. However, to put it nicely, it's a summary. To put it bluntly, it's just empty logic. However, he had no choice but to say it. When Su Yanbing left his sect to roam Jianghu, his senior apprentice brother Wang Xiu and Li Chungang of the Spring and Autumn Sword and Armor were at the peak of Jianghu. He heard a lot of praises. Among them, Huang Longshan, who had monopolized the Spring and Autumn Sword Armor, said, "It's laughable that people are short-sighted. They didn't know the sword qi." At first, when he heard it, he only thought it was some literary praise. Later, when he really stepped into the mysterious finger realm from Vajra, he realized that these words were not without purpose. No matter how complicated the moves were or how simple they were, they all had to retreat in front of the 2 words, divine will. The world's divine will was broken down into countless types. For example, there were many paths under our feet. Among them, the sword will path was the most eye-catching because there were too many swordsmen walking on this path. It created the scene of mountains rising one after another like an endless dragon vein. Previously, when Su Yanbing mentioned the sword will to His Highness, he did not simply want His Highness to abandon the saber and practice the sword. It was because of the solid foundation of the old god of swords, 2-sleeved green snake, and the sword tomb that nurtured the flying sword. Even if the realm fell, it would only fall in the internal energy. It would not hinder the spirit from rising from the ground, especially when His Highness had comprehended it while playing the zither at the Peach Cheeks Pavilion. The Catman Han Shengxian was able to kill the celestial phenomenon with the mysterious finger. Among the masters in the world, he was second only to Dong Tai. This was why he was called the invincible below the land immortals. The battle of life and death for us martial artists is not a debate between famous scholars. We will only do it by hook or by crook. The owner of the Western Sichuan cottage, who was killed by His Highness, was an example. He could be regarded as a land immortal if he was an armchair strategist. However, in front of the real top martial artists who had been tempered in blood, he was not worth mentioning. He was like a paper tiger that would be smashed with a poke. It was said that a poor family could not produce a noble son, and a gentle village could not produce a first-class master. These people walked the Jianghu. Even if they had a high starting point and were very fancy, they did not understand and disdained those unorthodox methods that did not conform to the rules. When facing a master of the same realm, they would only be humiliated. If not, how could they, who were born with famous teachers and secret manuals, not be at the top of the Jianghu? His Highness made Su Yanbing feel very gratified. It was because of the trip to Beimang. He put himself on the line of certain death and slowly cultivated the realm. He stumbled along the way, but once he got it, it was the real thing. His Highness was not like the younger generation of many famous families in the Jianghu. They had countless secret manuals in their hands, but none of them were written by their own painstaking efforts. If one followed the footsteps of others for a lifetime, how could one become a talent? Back then, Su Yanbing, left the sect for two reasons. Firstly, I was a disciple with a different surname, so I didn't want to compete with my senior brother Wang Xiu for anything. Secondly, I didn't want to be a frog at the bottom of a well. I wanted to see the local customs and customs of the Jianghu with my own eyes, as well as the various immortals who had come out into the world. All these years when I was drinking and chatting with my senior brother Han Laoshan, he also said that he entered the Jianghu too late, which was why he was stuck at the Finger Xian realm for so many years. Perhaps he would never be able to ascend to heavenly phenomenon in this lifetime. Back then, among the 4 direct disciples of my master, the one with the highest talent wasn't me, nor was it Wang Xiu. It was Wu Jinling, who had never appeared in the Jianghu before. He entered the grade at the age of 9, second grade at the age of 12, and Vajra at the age of 17. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "It's quite a pity. Otherwise, Bailiang would have one more great grandmaster who reached the peak." Chapter 950. Su Yanbing, who was rarely sentimental, sighed. In Jianghu, every time a stone is thrown, there will be ripples on the lake or huge waves on the river. There will definitely be people who will drown in it. Who knows when it will be my turn? If Wu Jinling is like Zhao Ningxian of the Taoist master's residence in Longhu Mountain, he will be at a higher level than me, Su Yanbing. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "Some people are fine as bystanders in Jianghu, but they are not naturally suited to mingle in Jianghu. This is like those top scholars in the imperial court. In fact, not many of them can make it to the second rank. They will be disbanded after a few years. They are far inferior to those ordinary Jinsher." Su Yanbing nodded and said, "It's hard not to believe in fate, especially after entering the celestial state. Only then do I know that the illusory concept of fate is not a preposterous word used by the ancestors to scare people." Su Fengnian drank the wine in the bowl in one gulp and said in a low voice, "Previously, when I was playing the zither, I was enlightened. After thinking about it, I only understood the word come and go." Su Yanbing was very interested. He put down the bowl and asked with a smile, "Your Highness, what do you mean?" Su Fengnian put his hands in his sleeves and looked out of the window at the fierce wind and snow. His eyes drifted, and he said leisurely, "I once fought with Wang Xianji by chance. It was not a satisfying fight. Old Wang only used 70 to 80% of his strength at the last moment. After that, I was alone in the wilderness. I don't know if it was because I was in an out-of-body state or because I was possessed by the devil. Anyway, the first thing I did was to disperse mountains, rivers, and many things in the world in my mind. That kind of feeling was wonderful. It was as if the world was in my hands, but I could throw it away at will. It was as if the world was the king of the world. Then, without any external objects, I was bored to death. I took back those things one by one, but in this process, I was just a spectator at the beginning. I didn't catch anything. It wasn't until I was playing zither in the Peach Cheeks restaurant that I remembered the injustice of playing zither. In addition, I saw Song Nianqing's 14th sword. I vaguely felt that the Earth Immortal's sword was crying out for someone. Back then, I did a lot of ridiculous things like squandering money. Now, I was just picking them up one by one. But I didn't want to cry out for injustice. Instead, it was because I was in an out-of-body state. The last place before I collected my thoughts was above the clouds of the ninth heaven. In a trance, I seemed to see a flood dragon surging, moving clouds and summoning rain. There were also many immortals sitting in various positions. No matter how the clouds moved, they always held fishing rods in their hands. They didn't have hooks, but they sat high above the heads of all living creatures. They swung their fishing rods again and again, fishing up strands of the world's fate. Especially above the Baelyang, the number of times they raised their fishing rods was especially frequent. I was clearly familiar with the back of the immortal who was singing loudly, but I just couldn't remember who it was. I couldn't cry out for injustice. What should I do? So, I really want to know if there's really someone above us. Is there a way to try slaying a dragon and killing an immortal? Only then can I vent my anger. Even Su Yanbing, whose cultivation realm was unfathomable, was dumbfounded when he heard such crazy words that were loud enough to blot out the sky. Su Fengnian suddenly stood up and looked to the east. The spring and autumn sword that was hovering outside the East Sea Marshall Emperor City finally moved. To the east of Dongfeng County was Gui County. An elegant young master wearing a black robe rode slowly on a horse. A long saber with a white scabbard rested on his shoulder. His hands lazily rested on the sword, which rose and fell with the horse. A folding fan was inserted into the jade belt on his waist. He looked relaxed. Beside him was a retainer who didn't ride a horse. His figure was strong and healthy, and he was running wildly behind the man and the horse. The handsome young master suddenly stopped his horse and turned to look to the east. The strong retainer asked carefully, "Young master, that Baelyang's son can't hold back anymore." The young master's slender and fair fingers gently tapped the scabbard, as if gently comforting the famous saber in the scabbard. He smiled charmingly and said, "Not yet, but that person from Suacia Valley's sword has eaten its fill. He's preparing to fight Wang Xianji with a sword." The retainer grinned and said, "Young master, if His Royal Highness really kills Mount Boomerang's leader, Fifth Raccoon, he won't be easy to deal with. You have to be careful." The young master rolled his eyes like a woman's coquettish eyes. "Slap him." The retainer, who reminded him out of kindness, immediately kept quiet out of fear. He slapped his face hard, and scarlet blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Only then did the satisfied young master continue to urge his horse forward. He muttered to himself, "Everyone says that the previous leader of Wudong, Hong Shixiang, is the reincarnation of the devil-slaying platform's Qi Xianzheng. As for me, I can barely be considered relatives with those uncles and aunts who were killed by the great spiritual master, Qi Xianzheng. Even if their seniority is the same as mine, their age is still there. I don't know why Hong Shixiang killed himself. Since that person surnamed Su has a deep relationship with Wudong Mountain, if I don't find trouble with him, who else can I find trouble with? Wait until this young master takes care of Su Fengnian and stays in Baelyang for a year or two. Then I'll be able to take control of Zhulu Mountain. It's not a good feeling to have a woman of unknown origin ride on top of my head. This young master has never had the hobby of women on top of men. I'll let her fight with Mount Huishan Xianyuan Qingfeng first. If it doesn't work out, I'll personally go to Zhulu Mountain and clean up the sect. Although I'm still not that woman's match in a one-on-one fight, I'll bring a few thousand cavalry and 100 inner court experts. Even that Wang Xianji, I'll be able to cause trouble for him. This demonic sect, sooner or later, it'll be this young master's rightful possession. The retainer snickered. Young master, you'll be able to sit firmly on the dragon throne. The young master loosened his grip on the scabbard, and the scabbard spun out a large circle, with him and his horse as the center. The snowflakes within 100 feet radius were crushed into pieces. The retainer clearly heard the young master on the horse sneer. Yuzhang, you're a Vajra realm expert, after all. You even managed to escape from the hands of a human cat. Can't you have some backbone? It's very embarrassing to bring a lousy piece of trash like you out. The retainer smiled obsequiously. It's already a great honor to run errands and do odd jobs by young master's side. The young master curled his lips into a smile. It seems that the 80% mature thunder of mind I learned from Gu Jiantang has broken your backbone. The retainer nodded vigorously in agreement. The young master looked up at the snowy sky with a helpless expression. Jianghu is boring. Chapter 9:51. Huang Xiaokuai's 600 riders were about to enter the eastern Wind County, but they still did not see His Highness the Crown Prince's figure. Even though Lingzhou's Deputy General Han Laozhan was still calm and composed, this Pearl Commandant also secretly sent a trusted scout back to Lingzhou's capital to report the military situation. Huang Xiaokuai did not know if Dong Yueqi and the other commandants were the same. In any case, he had an old turtle in the city that kept in secret contact with him all year round. Every year, they would coincidentally bump into each other a few times. Han Laozhan, who was watching from the shadows, retracted his gaze. Seeing the elite scout leave, he admired Huang Xiaokuai a little more. Han Laoshan's martial cultivation was far from his junior brother Su Yanbing, who was not very famous. However, Han Laozhan knew that he had no hope of reaching the top of Jianghu, so he placed most of his ambition on the battlefields at the border. Over these years, he had been influenced by the great general and had a unique understanding of the situation in Beiliang. The geographical advantage of Beiliang had always been widely criticized. However, in Han Laoshan's eyes, Beiliang's land was narrow and barren, and the people's livelihood was not great. However, this disadvantage was not necessarily a bad thing. There was a saying in the countryside that exhausted one's strength. Beiliang made enemies on all sides, and this unknowingly created the bravery and fierceness of the people. Compared to the rich Jiangnan, the people who grew up in the barren mountains and turbulent rivers were all valiant and did not fear death. If this was not the case, how could there be such a rich source of soldiers at the border of Beiliang? No matter how valiant and good at fighting soldiers were, if they were thrown into a safe place where they did not have to worry about food and clothing, and their morale would be worn down for 10 to 20 years, they would not be considered valiant soldiers. This was an important reason why the Guangling prince Zhao Yi was not as good as the Yanxi prince Zhao Bing. Guangling Circuit was located under the armpit of the imperial court, while Yanxi Circuit was like the right foot of the imperial court. They had to travel every day and interact with the barbarians of Nanjiang. Han Laozhan knew that he only needed to wait until His Highness left Lingzhou before he would become a general with real power in one of Beiliang's 3 prefectures, Yuliang and Lingling. He would be a third-rank official in the Liyang dynasty and share military and political power with the provincial governor, Su Beiji. Moreover, as a general, he was only a person who managed the Beiliang's backyard. However, when that traitorous martial nephew, Qin Zhibao, left the capital and went to the western Shudao, it would be a fight that would not be inferior to the bloody massacre at the border. As for Qin Zhibao, who had betrayed his sect, as his martial uncle, Han Laozhan did not hold a grudge against him. There were rules in Jianghu, and senior martial brother Wang Xiu's death was not as aggrieved and wronged as the outside world thought. Thinking of this, Han Lao's Han could not help but laugh. If his junior martial brother, Wu Jinling, who had unfortunately died in the Vajra realm, their sect would successively produce Spear Immortal Wang Xiu, Su Yanbing, who was even better than eldest martial brother, Han Lao's Han, who had reached the mysterious finger realm, Wu Jinling, and the new Confucian sage Chen Jibao. In the future, there might even be Bluebird, who had taken over the handbrake spear, who would also ascend to the first rank. In just 2 generations and 2 generations, they had produced 6 first-rank experts. This was even grander than the formation of 2 top scorers and one family's 3 second places. In Liang and Beimang, only the Wu family sword tomb and the chess and sword music school could stand shoulder to shoulder in Jianghu. Han Lao's Han wondered if he should ask His Highness to raise the banner of the Wang family. Perhaps this would attract many Jianghu experts to join Beiliang and join the Wang family. In the future, the Beiliang army might have a Wang faction of the Wang family spear. The 600 cavalrymen stopped briefly in Dongfeng County. They did not enter the city, but stayed where they were to rest and reorganize. Huang Xiaokuai only ordered a dozen or so elite cavalrymen to escort the carriage. He found a first-class restaurant so that the woman would be more comfortable. Huang Xiaokuai did not work in the bureaucracy. It was not that he did not understand, but he did not want to be in the same company as his colleagues who were not worthy of their Beiliang armor. Since this woman had a deep relationship with His Highness, and they were not in a hurry, he was happy to go with the flow. It was just that the road to happiness was strewn with setbacks. When Huang Xiaokuai saw the silhouette of a horse carriage at the city gates, other than the Pearl Cavalry under his command, who were dressed in casual clothes, there was also a large group of local knights who had somehow hooked up with them. Unable to escape the vulgar path of a profligate young master, there was also a large group of Jianghu disciples swarming over. Huang Xiaokuai fiercely spat on the back of his horse. These bastards actually dared to rob His Highness? Those Pearl cavalrymen also had good eyesight. When they saw the carriage heading towards Huang Xiaokuai's side, they immediately reined in their horses and hurriedly ordered their accomplices not to act rashly. However, a few of the cavalrymen were too busy trying to steal wives for the young masters in the city to stop their horses in time. When the simple carriage was less than 20 paces away from Huang Xiaokuai and his men, they finally realized that the situation was not good. They were about to turn their horses around. Huang Xiaokuai, who was sitting high up on his horse, had a ruthless look in his eyes. He shook his head. Next to him, an archer with outstanding strength in the Pearl cavalryman expressionlessly took out an arrow from his quiver and shot it. With a pong, the arrow pierced through the air, piercing through the skull and nailing into the snow. The pile of pale white snow on the side of the road was instantly dyed red by the fresh blood. The other 2 Jianghu cavalrymen wished that their mounts did not have an extra pair of hooves, but they were still shot to death one by one. Without exception, an arrow pierced through their heads, killing them on the spot. In the northern Liang region, who would dare to compete with a general seed who had military merits and was arrogant and domineering? Huang Xiaokuai expressionlessly squeezed his horse's belly. The date, red horse, under him trotted forward. He took out the Beiliang saber from his waist and used the scabbard to point at a young master wearing a fur coat at the front. That fellow's face was gloomy and uncertain. Finally, he gathered his courage and slowly urged his horse forward. He was about to introduce himself and his father's surnamed general to prevent this foreign military officer wearing a military officer's armor from overthrowing the Dragon King Temple. Huang Xiaokuai already said in a neither cold nor warm tone, Lingzhou's general has already ordered the 6 counties of Lingzhou to not allow more than 5 cavalrymen to ride on the streets. Violators will be sent to the torture chamber for the first time and be whipped 50 times. Repeat offenders will be punished regardless of their family background. That young master did not think much of it, but in front of him, 3 people had died on the spot. He also saw that behind this military officer were strong, and there were cavalrymen in succession. It did not seem like a normal army. He could only obediently smile and say, "General, this is my first offense today. I will go to the yamen to surrender myself. I hope the general will not be angry." Huang Xiaokuai paused and asked, "You're called Gu Rund? Who is Dongfeng County's Shiwu General Gu Yunshi to you?" The young master was delighted and quickly said, "He is my father. I wonder who the general is." Huang Xiaokuai smiled eerily and put away the Beiliang saber from his waist. He raised his arm and waved it. While the young master was stunned, another arrow swept through the wind and snow. Just as he thought that he had died in front of his house for no reason, his vision blurred. His body trembled, and he swallowed with difficulty. He saw an unfamiliar young man standing next to the ruthless military officer. In his hand was the arrow that should have taken his life. The Pearl military officer, Huang Xiaokuai, quickly dismounted from his horse. Not only him, but all the other Pearl cavalrymen also dismounted and stood at the same time. They stood like javelins stuck in the snow, respectful and reverent, their eyes blazing. Huang Xiaokuai did not call out his Royal Highness identity. He only saw that the dumb goose had the guts to sit on his horse and not move. He was about to draw his saber and kill him personally. The young master, whose tattered clothes were not as luxurious as Gu Run's, shook his head and threw the arrow back high. It just so happened that it was thrown to the archer. He smiled warmly at the young master of the Gu family, who had finally regained his senses and had rolled off his horse to kneel on the ground. "I've heard that you, Gu Rund, once had a dispute with a group of rich young masters from Yenzhou. You taught them a lesson. After that, you said that no matter who they were, if they dared to behave atrociously in our Beiliang, you would teach them a lesson. It's a pity that your father had to privately compensate a Yenzhou general for this matter. Young Master Gu, I wonder if you still have this kind of backbone these past 2 years?" Gu Rund raised his head. His mind spun rapidly as he tried to guess the identity of this person. At the same time, he tried to find a way out of the situation. Yes. This is all learning from His Highness, the Crown Prince. His Highness said that only hedonistic sons who dare to point their spears at men from other places can be said to have reached the grandmaster level in the competitive business of hedonism. This time, it was Gu Rund who was reckless and wanted to puff himself up at his own cost. He wanted to protect that Lady Yongrong on her journey, and he definitely didn't want to do the despicable business of snatching people away. He only wanted to let the lady in the carriage leave safely. Gu Rund had been observing the situation the whole time. When he saw that person nod with a smile, he finally felt relieved. He heard that person's mellow voice say with a smile, "Let's forget about today. Go back to the city and tell your friends that riding horses in the city is only allowed to run as fast as a normal person. If more than 5 horses disturb the people on the streets, don't even talk about bumping into people. As long as they are caught, they will be punished according to the new rules. If there is a yamen that dares to cover for them, they will be stripped of their official position and sent to the border guard station. That's right, Gu Rund, remember to tell your father, Gu Yunshi, that I used to steal his wine pouch when I was young. If this General Wu still holds a grudge, he can go to Liangzhou and ask for it from me. As for you, Gu Rund, if you have the heart to stop harming the little rich young masters in the village, you can join the army. I will help you plead with this Pearl Commandant beside me to open the back door for you." Chapter 952. The previous chapter had more than 5,000 words, so this chapter is a bit late. The man and woman generally lived together peacefully. They passed through Dongfeng County and approached Zhigui County. Su Fengnian and Pei Nanwei rode side by side on a deep plank road. Another 100 li to the east was Tongmen Pass, which was known as a natural barrier. There was a saying that Tongmen Pass was solid, but Bailiang was solid. It was fully deserving of being the most important pass in Zheguei County. It was heavily guarded, and the captain of Tongmen Pass, Xianma, had 6,000 elite soldiers. He was undoubtedly a trusted general that the king of Bailiang valued the most. This time, Su Fengnian moved the troops from all over Lingzhou out of their encampments, but not a single soldier was moved from Tongmen Pass. It was enough to show the extraordinary position of Tongmen Pass in Lingzhou. Su Fengnian did not let Huang Xiaokuai's 600 cavalry follow. Instead, he took a detour to Tongmen Pass to rest and reorganize. He only brought Pei Nanwei and Su Yanbing on this secret plank road that only the military horses could step on. In the past, there were some officials and generals who came here to compete in horsepower. Now that there was an order, they did not want to run into the tip of the spear before the Lingzhou general left. The reason why Pei Nanwei wanted to get out of the carriage to take a breath of fresh air was because she came from a family of scholars. She had heard that the previous dynasty's poet-emperor used a poem from Tongmen to win the title of the frontier fortress poem of the previous dynasties. That was how Zheguei County came to be. It was said that there was a cliff carving of a sword hero left on the mountain wall in front of them. Her heart yearned to see it. Su Fengnian's hands did not pull on the reins. He closed his eyes and focused, allowing the warhorse to run forward. Pei Nanwei's equestrian skills were average, but she was not afraid of falling off the horse and getting injured. She took off her veiled hat and put on a sable fur coat. She rode a handsome black horse. In the white snow, it was hard to say whether she was like an agile butterfly or a peony swaying in the wind and snow. When Pei Nanwei stopped the horse and raised her head to look at the blurry stone carvings on the cliff, it seemed that there was nothing special about it. She came in high spirits, but returned in disappointment, especially when Su Fengnian mentioned this plank road to her. Just in the previous dynasty, there were more than 20,000 corpses in this area. This made Pei Nanwei's hair stand on end. She no longer had the least bit of leisure and elegance. It was almost dusk. Above her head was the heavy snow that did not want to stop. The plank road was dead silent and gloomy. She was obviously a little scared. She had no choice but to find something to talk about. She slowed down the horse and asked the man beside her why the Bailiang spies could not find out the details of the master and servant pair. Su Fengnian reached out his hand and accumulated a palm full of snowflakes. He held out a small round snowball and said carelessly, "A good spy is even rarer and more valuable than those brave and skillful military officers. Not only must they be able to endure the loneliness year after year, they must withstand conspiracy after conspiracy. The key is that they must always be loyal and devoted. They must also be able to take charge of an area and filter out all kinds of information. In the end, they have to risk their lives to deliver it back. Therefore, without 5 or 6 years of polishing, it is impossible to produce a qualified spy that can be used with confidence. Some old spies either disappear at will or directly betray the enemy camp. The difficulty of espionage lies in the fact that it is already difficult for spies to do things. It is even more important to test a person's tenacity. Not everyone is willing to do this job. In the past, in Chu Lushan's hands, there were more than 30 provinces in Bailiang. For more than 20 years, there were only about 400 people trained. What's more, half of them needed to be cast long lines to catch big fish. If they were divided among more than 30 provinces and more than 200 counties, how many people could each county have? In addition, last year, in order to help those scholars pass away smoothly, many precious spies who had been hiding for many years were lost. Besides, our Bailiang spared no effort to eradicate the spies on both sides of Liang and Beimeng. Zhao Go and Spiderweb also didn't rest for a single day. Every year, many people died between the three sides. It was fortunate that Chu Lushan was in charge of espionage. If it were anyone else, Bailiang would have long been blinded. Just those 300,000 cavalry, which is very frightening, won't be able to win a big battle. In the War of the Southern Dynasty, the Bailiang cavalry advanced all the way. A large part of the military merit had to be credited to the Bailiang spies. Last time when I went to Huangnam County, I only cared about killing people to vent my anger. I killed a few double-faced spies. After that, my sister scolded me for being a wastrel who didn't know the cost of daily necessities. Indeed, I wasn't wronged. Su Fengnian gently tossed the snowball into the distance. He said softly, "This world is really too big. It's not easy to find one person." Pei Nanwei shot a glance at him. She couldn't see his Royal Highness expression clearly. She only felt that there was a faint sense of desolation that was rarely seen. The wind and snow whistled. They were still dozens of li away from Tongmen Pass. Normally, the journey wouldn't be long, but at this moment, the snow on the plank road was thick and the horses' hooves were sinking. Even though Pei Nanwei was wearing a warm marten fur coat, she began to feel that the suffering was not light. Moreover, in the eyes of an expert, her equestrian skills were really shoddy. Su Fengnian looked at the sky. There were signs that it was getting heavier. The three of them were riding against the wind, but Pei Nanwei insisted on riding alone in the wind and snow. Su Fengnian looked on coldly from the side. When her horse suddenly slipped, her hands were already cold and numb. She didn't have the strength to hold the reins tightly. Just like that, she fell onto the plank road and rolled. Fortunately, the snow was soft and there was no injury. Su Fengnian reined in his horse and turned around. He stretched out a hand. She was stubborn. After standing up, she turned around and reached into the collar of her marten fur coat. She used her body temperature to warm her hands. She gritted her teeth and continued to ride forward. Su Fengnian was too lazy to ridicule her. He urged his horse to speed up and blocked in front of her horse to block the biting cold wind. When they finally saw the towering walls and flickering lights of Tongmen Pass, Pei Nanwei, who had endured to the end, finally fainted and fell off the horse. Su Fengnian then carried her onto the horse and quickly rode into the city.